All right, it is 6:30. I want to welcome you to the Montverde Caucus. And this year, as we celebrate our 100-year centennial, I was talking with our town attorney, and this is likely our 100th caucus that we've held as a town. So that's pretty exciting. So welcome to history, everybody. So that's pretty awesome. So at this time, I will ask everybody to please stand up and do the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance. Okay, thank you. So we're just going to start with the, if you go ahead and click your PowerPoint there, we're just going to stop a couple announcements. If you are nominated, you must qualify by 12 p.m. on Friday, August 22nd. So keep that in mind if you qualify. August 22nd is when you got to turn your application in. When you make a nomination, we are going to ask, just so we could do good record keeping, please stand, state your name, your address, then who you nominate. So if I was to stand, I would say, I, Paul Areno, live at 16928 Floor 2, hereby nominate Sandy Johnson. Same thing when you second it, because we have to keep minutes of that, because you have to be a registered voter in order to nominate or second someone, and of course run. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sandy, our town clerk, and she's going to get started with the nominations.
Okay, the first nomination is the most important of the evening. We need to nominate a secretary. Oh, do I have a second? Okay.
So again, so just for the record here, it's Joe Winecoop nominating Jane Tomlinson.
Mm-hmm.
And who is the second? Claudia.
Claudia.
Okay.
Yes. Right. And okay, here it is. We're going to do mayor first, and all you're going to do is put your address and then who's your nominee. And who's second. You'll do it. You'll be fine. We have it recorded. Right. Okay, you ready?
I am ready.
You can sit down. You can hang
But I
on.
might have to hear. I might have to
I'll tell you who it is.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, we're going to begin with nominations for mayor. That would be your husband. You know your address. Any other nominations? Okay. You're a Hartle. I know who you are. Yeah. He's on Hillside Circle. Any other nominations? I need a motion to cease the nominations. Joe. Uh-huh. And Mike? Who seconded? Mike? Oh. 17,599. Yes. Okay. It's good. Here's council. Okay. Now we're going to open the nominations for council, and we have 2 seats. Yes? Your name and address? Bob? Any more? Diane? You didn't move? His wife, Diane Hart. Okay, you were up first? Second, Steve. I need a second. Yes, sir. I need a second. Okay. Robert. Uh-huh. Anyone else? Cease it. Motion to cease. And what was your name? Okay. John Arbogast. You're busy, sir. John Arbogast, and I know who he is. And your husband said. So we've ceased the nominations. Okay, so we have, let's see, Joe Winecoop for mayor and Michael Stone Sr. or Jr. Sorry. She had it right. Okay, and that's for mayor. For council, we have Brian Rubio, Alan Hartle, Judy Lay, and Grant Roberts. Okay, you guys have to be qualified. You can apply for me. Thank you. I live for this day. You guys have to be qualified. You'll need to call town hall tomorrow and talk to Carolyn, and Caroline will be doing the qualifications. Okay? And you'll need to open a checking account before that for your campaign.
And remember, the deadline is Friday, August 22nd, and we're normally closed on town hall, but our town clerk will be here until 12 o'clock in case all the applicants have not come back. If they do, then we'll be closed for that time.
Okay. We're done. That was easy.
Thank you, everybody.
Good job, Jane.
So we have a council meeting in 20 minutes. Please feel free to stay around, visit a little bit, meet some new neighbors, hang out.
Yeah. Huh? Thank you. I usually get it. You get it? Yeah. And then you send it to Anita. She'll explain it. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get going here. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance again. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You would do. Yes, sir. Could you come on down here and do me a favor and say a prayer for us? Amen. Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Roberts,
Here.
Councilmember Morganelli,
Here.
Councilmember Hartle,
Present.
Vice Mayor Womack. Here. Mayor Weinkoop.
Here. Thank you. All righty, we're going to go ahead and do the oath of office for Grant Roberts. If you want to go ahead and sit up here, please.
I, Grant Roberts,
a citizen of the state of Florida
a citizen of the state of Florida
and of the United States of America,
and of the United States of America,
being appointed to
being appointed to
town council
of the town of Montverde,
of the town of Montverde,
do hereby solemnly swear
do by solemnly swear
or affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States of America,
of the United States of America,
the laws of the state of Florida,
the charter and ordinances of the town of Montverde,
the charter and the
ordinances
ordinances of the town of Montverde,
and I am duly qualified
and I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution
under the Constitution
of the state of Florida
of the state of Florida
and the charter
of the town of Montverde,
of the town of Montverde,
and I will faithfully perform
and I will faithfully perform
the duties of the office
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you, Anita. All right, let's move on to proclamation acknowledging Constitutional Week 2025. Oh, go ahead, when you're ready.
Proclamation, Town of Montverde, Florida, 100th Anniversary of Incorporation, May 18, 2025. Whereas in 1865, a town was founded called West Apopka by its original homesteaders John W. Harden, W. H. Porter, John Briggs, Lieutenant Jim Franklin, and Andrew Shaw. And whereas the town was incorporated by charter on May 18, 1925 as the Town of Montverde. And whereas for the past 100 years, the town has maintained its small-town rural character and quality of life for its citizens. And whereas the history, culture, and people of the town of Montverde strengthen the cohesiveness of our community. And whereas this centennial celebration provides an opportunity to reflect on the accomplishments of the past, honor the people who helped shape the town, and look toward the future with excitement and hope. Now, therefore, Joe Winecoop, Mayor of the Town of Montverde, Florida, does hereby proclaim May 18th, 2025 as the Town of Montverde 100th Anniversary of Incorporation, a day to celebrate the community, history, and future of our town. Let us honor the pioneers who laid the foundation of this town, recognize the contribution of past and present residents, and inspire future generations to continue the legacy of success and unity. Furthermore, he encourages all residents of Montverde to join in the centennial festivities, reflecting on the shared history, engaging in community activities, and embracing the promise of the next 100 years.
All righty, thank you very much. And then let's go ahead and bring up Sandy with our presentation of the U.S. flag flown over the U.S. Capitol and State Capitol, honoring the Montverde 100th year anniversary.
That's cool.
Hello, I'm back. I had, do you want to nominate me? I spoke to Rick Scott's office, and they had the United States flag flown at the U.S. Capitol on May 25th in honor of Montverde. They sent me the flag and a plaque to let you know it actually flew. I also had one from the governor, and he had one flown over the State House as state flag. So we have both of these. I just need to know, what would you like to do with them? Do you want cases for them, or
Yeah,
you
let's,
decide?
we'll get with
Okay.
where to display them, and it's definitely an honor to have them flown over the Capitol and recognize our 100th birthday.
We got a very nice new library.
Yes, I was going to say, add to that, we need to put that proclamation, frame that to include, make it a triple play, so the residents can see. That's, I think, would be a really neat piece there. And I would suggest, off the cuff, that it'd be neat to put that online so that residents want to download it to say, hey, this is cool, we can do something with it to go forward, that you can have a piece of our history. So, be neat.
Yeah. All righty, well, thank you very much. We'll move on to our agenda here. If anybody has anything they want to talk to the council about that's not on the agenda, then please come on up a second. Let me ask if Sandy wouldn't mind coming up first. I asked Sandy to come to the meeting because they have brought forward something that they offer the elderly in Lake County, and everybody might not know Sandy. Sandy was the county attorney for many years in Lake County, and he's one of the people that sponsors it and does it full time. And I personally have driven for the last 3 years people to this organization that helps the older folks file their taxes to in Claremont, and it's a very nice, well-run operation. And go ahead, Sandy, you can operate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Sandy Minkoff. Currently reside in Mount Dora. I currently reside in Mount Dora, but for the 45 or 46 years before that lived in Tavares. Once I retired, I thought I needed to find something to do, and I started volunteering with the AARP Tax Aid Program, which is a program that's run by AARP and funded by AARP and the IRS. And what we do is we provide tax return preparation and e-filing to citizens, not just old citizens, because it's an IRS program. We don't discriminate on age. And last year I did a return for a 16-year-old as their first tax return, and a 102-year-old couple from Leesburg. So we have the full gamut. Our program is almost entirely voluntary run. We have about 31,000 volunteers in the United States. We're in every state. And I have risen, or I guess failed to say no when I asked. I've become the coordinator for Central Florida. So I coordinate 7 counties from Sumter and Polk over to Brevard. And in our area, we have 41 sites. Libraries are my perfect site. I love libraries, and they work perfectly for us. And when the mayor was telling me about your library, I thought it's a perfect opportunity for me to come and to see if perhaps we could establish a site here. We're currently in Lake County in Fruitland Park, Lady Lake, and Tavares and Leesburg libraries. We also have a site at the Claremont Recreation Center south of Claremont. In my 7 counties, there are 500 volunteers, and we did about 25,000 tax returns in those 7 counties. And so I'm hopeful that once the library gets open, that over the 10 weeks from February 1st, if that's when taxes start this year, till April 15th, 1 or 2 mornings a week, we can arrange with the librarian to use part of the library and bring the public in. It's a great synergy, not just for us, but for the libraries, because we bring a lot of people into the libraries who might not otherwise come. I will say librarians love us, at least in Lake County, the ones that I deal with. And just yesterday I was in Lake Wales where the librarian reached out to us and asked us to establish a program at the library. And I gather that libraries get reimbursed based on foot traffic sometimes, which may be why the librarians like us, because we do bring a lot of people in. So with that, I appreciate being able to come, and hopefully we'll be able to set up a program here this year.
And if you have any questions, the 3 times I've been there with folks from Montverde, you know, you make an appointment, you walk in,
Thank you, Sandy.
you sit down, and they do their taxes. They do their taxes free? And the times I've been, there's many older people. Of course, it's during the day that I was there, and they do a great job. It's very organized, and it's a big help. You know, I can bring 3 or 4 people there at one time, and you know, everybody gets done in an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's great, and everybody's happy.
We already have a volunteer who's agreed to lead the effort here. If the town would like us to have, she lives in Del Webb, right up the street. So she lives about 10 minutes away, not Montverde, but close enough that we certainly say South Lake. And with our site here being way south of Claremont, we think it'll be a site that'll be very attractive to people to use.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk about it some more and get back to you, but
Great.
I don't see a problem.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
I assume council will be okay offering that service?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Perfect.
Come on up. Oh, wait a minute. Go ahead. He was getting up too. You can go first.
Evening, everybody. At Lance Belcher, Virginia Circle. Please excuse the headwear, folks. I'm still nursing a wound up there, and I don't like wearing a head so much inside. Anyways, sorry, guys. I know all y'all, but you're everyone wants to talk to. We're 100th year. Anybody think that would happen? No, it's been great. We've had a great picnic, and we've got some other things coming up that we're really looking forward to. Matter of fact, I took a lot of ideas to the town manager, and he was so impressed with them, he asked me to write them down and save them for the bicentennial. So we're glad to be all here. Anyways, there's some things in this town, and there's some folks that have been here a long, long time, and I was lucky enough to see this town evolve over the last 40 years, and I'm very impressed. I'm impressed with our administration. I'm impressed with what's going on. We can stay at this moment. Paul's probably the best town manager we've ever had. Well, anybody agree to that? Sure we do. But in maintaining some of the artifacts around here, I found out a lot of things. There's a lot of old folks still around here remember the old ways, and I scarfed one artifact many years ago that I want to see find a home. Steve, if you would, please.
Dun, dun, dun.
This is our neighbor and neighbor of Montverde, lives just outside town. Steve Wise, thank you. Anybody want to take a minute and tell me what it is? The mayor will get you a t-shirt. Folks.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, somebody's got to know. Every young man in Montverde climbed that water tower in their younger days. The old water tower that sat over here for I don't know how many years. If you've been to Universal, that old water tower in their city setting, it resembled that. It was beautiful. It was a landmark for everybody. It was a lighthouse for people on Lake Apopka in the evening and at night. And it was just a phenomenal looking piece of equipment. Well, we redid the water system. They tore it down, and there sat a pile of rubble. I couldn't stand it. So me and the boy went up there at night. Tell you how long ago it was, I was able to do it myself. That is the lightning arrestor off that water tower. And a lot of young men, like I said, everybody, there's still people here in town, Dave Hard and Bob Harper, that climbed that thing in their younger days. And I really want to see it find a home. And I think it's about time we did it. So what are we going to do about it, Mr. Mayor?
I don't know how you guys feel about it. I think it's a great idea.
We'll find someplace for it. You bet.
How about the top of the library?
history of it.
No, we can mount. We put it on a 2x2 concrete block where people go by and pat on it, put a little plaque on it. There's going to be people that's going to recognize it. They're going to appreciate it, but it needs to find a permanent home.
We can find a home for it.
We can do that?
I'm sure.
I hope so.
What do you guys think?
Thank you, Lance, for saving it.
Thank you, folks.
Did you climb the tower?
Did you
Did
climb
you?
the tower?
You didn't climb the tower. You didn't. We weren't here. Huh?
No, heck no.
Okay.
Climbed up one time to help the mayor then replace some light bulbs, because that was great fun for the kids to go up there and unscrew the light bulbs and drop them. But I got too much chicken in me. We got people that still live here that we go up to the catwalk, and then the more braver ones would get up on top of the tank itself.
Hey, Janet, did you climb it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, folks.
Hey, Janet, did you climb it?
No, I didn't. My brother did.
Your brother? Oh, by the way, can you guys help me out here? It's Janet's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Janet. Happy birthday to you. Yay. Alrighty, that was some good stuff there. Anybody else want to talk to the council about something that's not on the agenda?
Hello, Christian, 17701 8th Street, and this is
Addison Reyes.
same household. So I just wanted to talk about the development, specifically the Osgood property. I was at the planning and zoning meeting and learned some new things that may not be new to others, but was new to me. So it sounded like the decision to zone that property is now going to be in the hands of the Planning and Zoning Committee. Is that what I understood?
You want to explain where we are, Paul? real quick?
Yeah, the planning and zoning, the PUD's already been approved, and so what they're going through now is the preliminary plat process where they formally form the lots for the town council to review.
Okay, so I think there's still concern about the actual PUD. It doesn't really take into consideration a lot of the concerns that residents, me specifically, have brought to the council. Specifically, the effects on the ecology, the economy, and then just the stormwater issue. I noticed here, which kind of pleased me. I saw that there would be some discussion of sidewalks and stormwaters on 8th and 9th Street. So I'm eager to hear that. But I still don't feel like this PUD is responsibly considering or taking into consideration all of the residents' needs and desires. So. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I have. And she wanted to say something, so.
What do you want to say?
I just want to ask where the cows are going to go.
They're going to go to their next field after this one. They keep traveling fields through the whole world.
Which field?
I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure, but I'll find out and let you know.
Okay. And I think half a year ago the horses moved.
The what?
9th Street. Where are they?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
On 9th Street, the horses. Where did they go?
Oh, those horses. Where'd they go, John?
Yeah,
Oh,
just,
John, those horses, I think, went over to the house
Yeah,
on
they're just up the
455
street,
next to the big White House. I think they're over there.
Okay.
Yeah, they're okay. And our little mule, donkey rather, named Red, went over to the big White House across from Bella Colina. That field over there. I keep an eye on everything.
Yeah. And we'll also have horses at Montverde for you too.
AJ,
yeah.
are you going to say something? Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
We
I got one.
Okay.
Where are you going to put the donkeys?
well, he just answered where the donkeys are.
The donkey went to the big White House across from Bella Colina.
On the 9th Street property, we was also wondering, were there any plans for that property that has been cleared out where the horses were?
That was zoned for 4 separate houses. The Orlano's own it, and they're going to put 4 separate houses.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to take up time, but just going back to the PUD, this just came to me, but yeah, I really feel like it's just a poorly planned PUD. It just doesn't take into consideration the culture and the history of this town here. And, you know, following up on this 100-year anniversary, there's a lot of history here that it would be an excellent opportunity to, you know, incorporate something with that development if it goes through that commemorates and memorializes this community.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you give me a call, and I can talk to you more about it.
Okay.
At that point. Thank you. Thanks for coming, kids. Anybody else?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Scott Arbogast. I live on Dorr Street on Franklin Pond. And I don't know if many people know it, but Franklin Pond is covered with algae and nasty looking, full of weeds. And we were wondering, some of the residents around the pond, if there would be a way that we could get a cleanup or a maintenance system to do away with the algae, because I believe it's affecting the wildlife that's in the pond. My understanding from one of the ladies that lives on the pond was there used to be a fountain in the pond years ago when she bought her property, and it was considered lakefront property. I don't know how or why, but I'm just curious, is there something that the town could do to help us out?
Well, can we put this on the list and just get our numbers on what it costs and then bring it to the council and discuss it?
Yeah, I'll go out and look and see what's going on. I know a couple years ago we did have one treatment of it when algae got really bad. There are several properties that do border around the property that need to do some plantings, I think, that would really help. And in the past we've worked and got some grants to put some duck potato plants in, which help with algae blooms. So we can look at some opportunities for that to kind of help those things. So I'll look into it and come back with council on that.
All righty. Pay attention to the agendas so you can come when we talk about it again.
Absolutely. I will.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks
Could
for
we
bringing
do
it to
anything
us.
like,
Thanks for bringing it.
can we do something like we do on Lake Florence?
I'm sorry?
Can we do something like we do on Lake Florence to help that lake?
We just test and monitor Florence Lake.
We have the
Yeah.
pumps and
I'm
everything.
not sure if it
Oh,
matters,
the
but
aerators, that was through a grant, but
the
we could look
stormwater
into that.
runoff from the park runs down under that road. It's a road to nowhere except a piece of property, but there's a culvert under that road, and when we get these massive rains, it just pours in there. I don't know if that's affecting it or not, but it's the runoff from the town.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You know what that is.
Yeah, and actually the Lakeside Grant project we got going on, the road expansion and stormwater project, actually does work at treating some additional water before it goes through that pipe, and should lessen the flows through those pipes as well. So it's only during a kind of an emergency overflow during a heavy rain. So that's a part of that
We don't mind the extra
project.
water. We just don't like the algae.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, we are, that is one of the stormwater projects to treat the water before it goes into Franklin Pond that we're working on right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Anybody else? Come on up.
George Ganson, Muller, 17740 Neal Drive. In regards to Franklin Pond again, the runoff from the road is extremely intense. Now that it's all focused, it's coming in. 50% of the pond is now unusable. We can't even go with electric motor and go from here to that desk before you got to take it out. It's really getting out of hand. And they call it Sawgrass Pond. The Franklin Pond was the name of the development. It's a state-owned pond, so I think that maybe you could get some kind of a grant. I've seen it before with the other developments I've worked on. The state would finance it. But you have to have a letter of intent or some kind of letter to say that we could do it, and we don't have that unless you guys come up with it. I would have tried to go that, but it really is getting bad. I mean, you can't do anything with the pond, and it's only getting progressively worse. Every time it rains, it comes ripping through there. You could see the the stuff floating like that. It's coming right on through. It's really gotten bad. And we haven't had rain like this in 5 years.
Yeah.
And in some ways it's helping, some ways it's killing us.
Yeah.
Whatever you could do would be a big help.
Oh, thank you, George. Yes, sir.
Sam Davidson, 17520 Palm View. The sidewalks on the east side of town, actually south side, coming along real well. Guess what I want to talk about here now? We've talked about this before, and I don't want to hear we're still waiting on the trail. What about the sidewalks on the north side of town here, of the lake, going out to the double developments that's gone to the town area and to the firehouse?
Yeah, I know we're, can you explain that, Paul, better than me?
Has anything even been thought
It's,
about it?
Going up the hill towards Ferndale on the left Palm Drive. We were talking about sidewalks there for quite a few years
Yes.
before you got here, and Lake County was, Sean's been part of it, but Lake County's been building it for at least 15 years. It's not happening, so I'm not sure how far Paul's got with that.
Yeah, I mean, over the last couple of years, I've actively been putting in appropriation requests and trying to find some funds to expand that and do that. And every year I do ask the council to put some money in the budget for sidewalks specifically. And, you know, we've kind of actually done our first major sidewalk project on Ridgewood. And so we, that's really another area we definitely want to look at getting across and getting that trail up, you know, up to Fosgate for sure,
Okay.
eventually up to Ferndale. So I'm definitely looking at and looking for opportunities.
Well, I look at it this way. This area has needed a sidewalk while both sides of Ridgewood was in Orange Grove. Okay, so it's about time somebody looked at that side of town. I see people walking in the grass, kids, all this stuff downtown, and I've talked about it. Of course, you know, Mr. Burns was here, he was working on it, but, okay. So I like to see somebody working on it and not talking about it or doing something, just really do it.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, perfect timing. We're in budget discussions now, so we'll bring it out at the
What
next
about
budget
the money
meeting.
that you got for Ridgewood? Where did that come from?
It was budgeted. It was funded money.
Okay.
That's part of the budget.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know for myself that this request has gone in long before that ever started. And that is needed, okay? And it's a
I
great
agree.
job. It's gonna be a
I've been
big
on-
plus.
I agree.
But let's look at this side too.
Yep.
There's two developments there it would serve. Okay?
Yep, I understand.
Thank you.
And just for the council, I think one of the issues when we have looked at it, why we've been looking for grants, there's some right-of-way issues there. Sidewalk is one thing, but there's not right-of-way with the utilities that are there to kind of put the sidewalk we need in. So part of that is coordinating finding the funds for the right-of-way, because you know, a section of right-of-way from the house will cost 4 times the amount of the sidewalk. But, so I'll tell you, we will look at it
Okay.
and
Just
keep working
thinking
on
about
it.
it, okay? You know, maybe before my grandkids get so big, they won't be walking in anymore, you'll get it done.
All right, thank you for bringing that forward. Yes, sir.
Farmer Banks Helfrich, Clay Road District, South Lake County. Farm tip of the day. Peanuts are actually related to the legume family. They are actually beans. They grow underground, and you can grow them here in Florida in the summer months. Mayor, council, distinguished guests, honesty, integrity, and character. 3 intangibles that we look for in our representation. Honesty, telling it the way it is. No hyperbole, or at least the lack of hyperbole. Refrain from exaggeration, being earnest. Integrity is basically the words matching the actions. And then there's character. Character is the je ne sais quoi quality that we have in us, the conviction which makes us who we are. In times of troughs and valleys, we look for representation who will step up, who will make the correct decision in times of dismal times. Now that we're in a off election year and municipality elections are happening, we look for this in our representation in all the city municipalities around. Integrity, honesty, and character. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for that message. All righty, anybody else? Come on up.
Joe Famasi, 2693 Jumping Jack Way. I come here to talk to you today, city, about the county charter and how I'm hoping that you'll join in opposing it. You are the 5th city I've traveled to and asking to join to oppose this. Congratulations, celebration for 100 years of self-govern. You've been doing it for 100 years, and I don't think you need any interference by the county charter. Under the county charter, they could dump roads on you, and then you have to be responsible for the county's roads, which is like going to be a huge impact on you. You have building issues that people can come right here and deal with and not have to go over the hill. You deserve to govern your own. You have a right to elect your own representatives. And I hope that you will believe in that and oppose the county charter. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Sean Parks is having meetings on that, and I think we're getting traction in that direction. All righty, anybody else? All right, we'll bring it back to council, and how about our town manager's report?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a couple things before I start the capital project report. Just want to remind all of our citizens, hurricane season is coming. In fact, there's one brewing out there in the Atlantic right now. So just remind our citizens to kind of start thinking about prepping for that, testing your generators and making sure you have your emergency supplies and bottled water and things along that line. Town, just for council's notice, town is starting to do that prep as well. We've been making sure the generators are topped off and double checking them, make sure everything's starting running right. With that said, our generator runs town hall from the last little lightning go around we had. We're going to have some repairs to that in the nature of about $3,000. The board on it has some issues, and we can still run and manually turn it on. It was actually the lightning struck a couple times ago, but the last 2 times we've lost power, I had to come in and manually turn the generator on to the fire station for them and for town hall. So with that said, we'll be hopefully getting that fixed in the next week. Also want to let you know and welcome Nate to our Public Works Department. He's our new employee on probation, and hopefully he'll work out and do well for us. And so with that hire, I think for the first time in my tenure, we were fully staffed, which is exciting. So it's been hard to find employees over the last couple of years. Water quality reports went out for our water system. You should have received those in the mail. And following up on I guess a meeting ago this month, want to let you know that the speed bumps were installed on Lake and Highland, and so those are in. We still have one more small speed bump that we're going to put in by the stop sign at some point, but we're a little backed up on some other things that took priority on that. I also want to let the council know when the new library opens, we're going to be offering a new service to our citizens related to building development and building permits. There's an opportunity that we're going to take advantage of, and Lisa and also Sean Parks Consulting is going to have office hours inside the library, kind of where public could come in. It's probably going to be on Wednesday, like from 9 to 1. And if you have a problem with your site plan, a problem with your building permit, you're not understanding a comment, you can come in, just wait and jump right in, see the town planner. Our building inspector is also going to have about an hour in there on every Wednesday. So if you have a question, they can't tell you how to do things, obviously, but they can help you understand the comments and what you need to do. So I'm hoping that will help with the services, because we do have some people that struggle to do permits sometimes, or don't understand what needs to be done for the permit to meet Florida statutes, and we hope that will help them through the process. Last, I just want to just take a moment and give kudos to all my staff, our town hall team. They've really stepped up. There's obviously been a lot of construction. We've been squeezing some tight spaces, some very loud spaces, and some fumey spaces as we've been doing some remodels, and they've just really stepped up, and I think they've done a great job keeping things going, and even in the chaos of what's been going on here. So kudos to them and just their good attitude as going through that. That's all I have for my manager's report, except for in your council book, you will see the activity logs for the highway patrol. So October, we a little bit down. A lot of them had some vacations. Oops, excuse me, I'm getting a right month here. And in May, so we're always a month behind. So 160 hours and 264 stops occurred. In the fire response, There was 15 calls dispatched in the town of Montverde, and they arrived on all 15 on scene. And there was 31 other out of the areas, and there's a more detailed report in your council packet that you can look at as well. Then finally, in your council packet is the grant tracking sheet that I provide to you for the current grants that we have. And so you can follow exactly the status and where each part of that grant is in. And again, we do keep a more detailed sheet in the office, like the spread, a very detailed Excel spreadsheet. If any time a council member wants to look at that, please get a hold of me. I'd be glad to sit down and show that to you as well.
On the grant, on the vulnerability assets assessments, can you go through that one? We got the grant money of 140. We spent 18,250, and we're only having $9,200 left.
The vulnerability assessment grant? I think that was the lead. Which one's that one? No, what is it? What's the vulnerability? That's the one for resilience. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, sorry, I had to refresh myself. So this is one that we did. I think we gave a report to you about 4 or 5 months ago. I found a report. When we originally got the $1.8 million grant, that was a vulnerability grant that we were doing the storm project on Lakeside, and soon we'll be doing on Porter. And that was a brand new grant cycle. So we got that money. It was like you applied, you put your program on, here it is. They have since refined that program, and they gave us a grant to do a vulnerability assessment, which we did. And you have to do that to get in the queue to file for future grants. So that was the one where they came in and they mentioned, you know, here's our areas of proning the flood during hurricane. Here's our emergency routes, which is basically 455 and Porter and things along that line. So we got a little bit of money left in that one, but that one's complete. So the next process is to apply for future grants with that one.
Okay, and the other one was the lead service line.
Correct.
I didn't even realize we've been doing them. I didn't see anybody doing them.
Yeah. So what this was the survey where we were required by DEP to go out. And it was actually an EPA, I think, mandate from the Michigan thing, or the Flint, Michigan thing. And so we were required to go out. We got a grant for that to go out and actually survey our entire system and try to identify lead connections and also copper pipe connections. They have, since we've talked about that, I think it was about a year ago or so we did that. We did have, I think, 4 connections in town that were lead. And I believe our Public Works has replaced all 4 of those connections now, so that we're a complete lead-free system. And when I say lead, it was at the meters. You inspect at the meters. So the next thing is we're still trying to get guidance from DEP on the galvanized pipes, where homes have galvanized from the meter to the house. Originally they said that has to be replaced, and if you recall, we talked about sharing that cost. They have since updated the guidance on that and say, well, maybe not. And so last I heard, we're still waiting for new guidance on that before citizens have to do that.
So they have to do it with their own money?
We offer to pay for that as a town, but if the state is going to require it, we're still waiting for a mandate to the state to see if they're going to require that or not.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
I had a couple questions for you, Paul.
Yep.
So I have my glasses on here for this one. So you have on here public safety report, but can you give one from that, what happened that night? Like an update on the public safety?
That was that sheet right here?
No, you had there was a meeting you had with the public safety people.
Oh, I got you. The committee, public safety committee.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we our public safety committee, I believe, we've met twice over the last few months, and they are exploring, I guess, the validity or the ability, or what it would be like to possibly put a speed camera in the school zones to see if that makes sense to do that. If that would actually reduce speed. What cost it would be to do that thing. So they've asked, they want to get some more data at that meeting. So we're going to be providing some more data from them from some of our cameras that we have in the area to kind of see really what the issues are and where they're at. And hopefully they'll come make a recommendation one way or another to you here in the near future.
Why just the school?
Hmm?
Why not the rest of 455 and Bosgate and Ridgewood?
Sure. In Florida, statutorily, school zones are the only place that you can have speed cameras, and they're an hour before school time and an hour after school time, and then they got to be off. So they're just during the school zone hours. Otherwise, we have no statutory authority to put speed cameras anywhere else in town.
Eustis and Mount Dora do it, and the companies come in, put them in, manage them, and send the tickets out.
Correct.
So why wouldn't we just push the button right now and do it?
Yeah, the only challenge to be setting up before the tickets can be issued, they have to be reviewed by a traffic enforcement officer or a certified police officer, and so we just have to figure out how to coordinate that with the people that we use, through a contract, either through the highway patrol to do that. So it's definitely an option. If that's what council would like to do, I can definitely gather the information on that or put it as a future discussion item, whatever you would like to do.
Well, I for one would like to do it. You guys, what do you think?
Well, one of my concerns is when we open up the bridge to cross the bridge, I think we're going to have speed problems there coming down that hill. It's like if you do IA in the town coming through, so I'm not sure how that's going to affect us. I know it's still too early for that, but I think that's something that we'll have to take a look at once it starts happening. But yeah,
I think this is only for school area, right? And that's the company comes in and does the school area, and I don't, are you guys okay with doing the school area?
Just the school area, and it's only functions during school hours?
I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I know the company comes in and does it. You don't pay anything. They manage it, and I'm sure the school would be happy with it.
I would just like to see more info, I guess, just to know where we're at.
But do you want to move forward with it?
To get more info,
Yes.
yes.
What do you
In the
think?
vein of discussion, I'll move forward with it. Bring in the info.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, if you would, please.
I'd be glad to do that for you guys.
And I still have a few more for you. At the last planning and zoning meeting, I know you and I talked about it. We had lost all the video, and we had discussed that. Is there any, were you able to talk to South Lake at all if there's the possibility to do a local copy for 24 hours before we kill that local copy, just to make sure we have it?
Sure, I did talk to them, and there is a local copy on the hard drive through the buffer, but the whole entire file was corrupt because of the lightning strike.
Figures. That one, all right.
Yeah, that was something.
That was scary.
My hair on my arm stood up.
Twice.
Sitting right here.
I'm shocked we didn't lose anything, honestly. I mean, our whole servers went down. We had to restart all the servers, but we didn't lose anything out of it, so that was...
Speed bumps, thank you for that. The only complaint that I heard was from one resident who said they were too low, which that person has a big vehicle, so they're perfect for that. The sidewalk discussion, someone had mentioned that, and how when we move forward with that, is that something that council can discuss how we're going to roll that out, the location-wise and everything? My concern is it going on, I understand there's a cost to go on different sides of the street and everything, but how it's going to impact our residents.
Yeah, generally before we do any capital project, we come, bring it to you guys and say, here's what it is, just because of the cost of it, so, yeah. At a future meeting, can you put community building discussion on? I know we sort of said we'd come back to it and we didn't, so I wanted to just remind you to put that back on there. And finally, it was in reference to the compactor usage. I'm sorry, the what?
The compactor usage. We sort of left that open-ended for that resident, and I just wanted to, if there's nothing we can do, I just wanted to.
The school using the roller.
Oh, the vibrating roller. Yeah, I guess I could put it as a discussion item to see what town wants to do. So basically, the complaint was, when some of the roads are done, they use a vibrating roller, as a standard practice for engineering. The alternative, if you didn't do that, you put in multiple lifts of the gravel, so it does add quite a bit of cost to a project, from my understanding. So I'd like to get some more information on that, because that could greatly impact even the projects towns are doing here in the near future.
What about a certain size roller restriction?
I mean, yes, that's all stuff we could definitely look at and see if that's something you guys want to do. I mean, I outright saying no, I think would be a problem. Just mainly for the town, because it could add, several hundreds of $1,000s to our projects. So we need to kind of think about that as we do it.
So that would add to the person's cost, right, who's doing the project? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if the bid was $3 million and maybe $3.7 million without a compact roller, because generally how they have to get that 98% compaction on the road projects. So vibrating roller gets them that. When they don't, they have to put more water down and do thin, generally layers that are thinner, and roll them, go over them, then put another layer down and roll it. And that's how they achieve the compaction, generally without a vibrating roller. So it just adds more time and cost to a project.
So do we have to do an ordinance saying that they have to do that?
If you wanted to ban them, yeah, you would have to.
Is that where you're headed with it?
Well, I wasn't sure where we were going to head with it, because it just sort of ended, the discussion ended.
It never got resolved.
Right, there was no resolution to it, so.
Yeah, I guess we had one complaint, I guess, came in about it, at least that I've heard, and council hasn't given any direction.
Is that one on Highland?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Is that it? Okay, great.
Question for Paul.
Yes.
Can you give us an update, since Sean's not here, on our fire department removal and Stitcher property? Any updates?
Sorry.
Yeah, what are you doing over there? Thank you.
Yay. Any updates on Lake County's movement with the fire department?
Yes, I believe the tortoises are gone, except for one stubborn one they're trying to trap, the last I heard. So those are gone. They do have a contractor, and they're working with Patty to get the permit finalized and getting the final fees put together. So I would expect a permit issue here pretty soon. So they started working about a month ago. I brought it up that they're in the permitting process, or getting close to it. So
What, another 10 years?
yeah, 8 to 9. No, the good news is I think they'll move, because if not, they're going to have to. They're going to have more turtles out there, so they need to kind of get going and get that moving.
Them wild turtles, yeah, tortoises, I should say. You got to watch them.
So back to the sidewalks, is it possible to create like a master plan of everywhere that, has a potential for a sidewalk? Not, in the near future, and then maybe do different colors based on priority?
Sure, yeah, we actually have a master sidewalk plan that was put together 15 years ago. And I think you guys were working on updating some of that. Is that correct, Lisa?
We did update it maybe last year or the year before, and now it's a layer on the GIS map.
Okay. Yeah. But I could bring that for discussion, and then generally, obviously, I always, talk with council on priorities, and in the past, I guess over the last couple of years, we've talked about obviously coming down from Ridgewood, then bringing around Highland. We're working with the school to get a possible easement around the backside, where it could come off Highland, go around the backside, then connect over by the sports courts, so that we get that whole part of town over there. So I know that's one of the priorities, and we also talked about 455, trying to finish that up the top when we did. So those are probably the two priorities. When the development for Hills, Montverde Estates come in, they're going to finish, we're going to require them to finish the section from the roundabout up to Lake Street, so there's the connection for there. And then they'll finish from Morningside, basically toward the condos down there as a part of their development. So we try to get developers to do it when we can. So that, those are really, those would be the main routes ones to get done in the future, if that's where council still wants to go.
A lot of questions about it, so.
Yep. We'll do it as a discussion. Be glad to.
All righty, thank you very much. I'm going to go move through your capital projects.
Be glad to.
Well, does everybody want to hear the cap?
I don't need to.
Hmm?
I don't need to.
Okay.
I don't want to.
All right, we'll skip it.
The only other request, I guess, is as you complete them, you can always remove them from the list. Maybe your list will get smaller on there.
Yeah, we did move one down, obviously, that almost completed. The only thing I just would make note on the capital projects, obviously, the Ridgewood, because I had a couple of questions on it, we got that sidewalk down the lake, and it's 95% done. The signs are back ordered, so we still have to put the crosswalk signs in. Everything else is done, but that on the capital project. And so yeah, I'm good with that. And later in a little bit, Scott will give you an update on some of our planning projects and stuff. So,
All right, that'd be
Thank you.
great. Let's go ahead and move on then to our town attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I put on your table tonight the town manager evaluation form, so if you'll complete that and then return it to me no later than August 22nd or 26th, then I will compile the results and bring that forward to you in September. And we have a special meeting actually on the 26th, so if you want to bring it to that meeting, that would be great. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And anything from our planning department?
Yes, thank you. First, I just wanted to say thank you to Paul and to the council for the opportunity to spend a few more hours here on a weekly basis starting next month. So we're really looking forward to that and appreciate the opportunity. And we've been busy reviewing this past month. It seems like it's been mostly Willow Ridge, swimming pools, fences, and they're coming up to their last few houses being reviewed. So all's going well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And our Lake County Commissioner couldn't make it tonight, and our town planner couldn't because it's the same person. So we'll go to town council. Do you have anything? Yeah?
Just wanted to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be on this council. So, and then I'll have more next month to discuss.
All right, Joe, do you got something?
So I had a couple questions I guess I could have asked earlier too, but an update on the screws on Lakeside. That's number one.
Sure. I've had email discussions with the contractors and the hierarchy, and they assured us they're going to do a better job going forward, and obviously it's their subs that are doing that. So
I hope so.
yes,
I go down that road a lot.
I agree.
I go down it every day, several times a day.
Is it possible on our website where it lists our council, lists all of us, can you add a distribution list called council@mymontverde.com so residents have the ability to just email one email address instead of if they choose to. So if residents want to reach out to everybody, one email address would go to everybody on council. Is that possible to do? I know you have one for permitting, for example. We have one for permitting. So something I'd like if we could get done, and again, it just makes it simple for residents. That's all.
Yeah, I'll check with IT, and if the council wants to do that, I can check with IT.
Okay, does council want to do that? Make it easy for residents to reach out to
Yeah,
us.
I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just FYI, permitting
Okay.
just goes directly to Patty. So I don't want to put anything out there that's going to everybody.
Right, but the distribution list. Sure. Is the point, right. So you could add technically 4 other employees to that distribution list if you wanted to, and it would all go to them. CALs for residents, as you know, they closed. Personally, I'm very disappointed in council that we didn't include them into our dinners. You know, we spend $18,000 a year for dinners. I said it back in November, and now they are closing. So that's something that I have that I'm disappointed in us in, because we all play a part in that. You know, we want to encourage growth in our town for business, and we didn't support them. Another thing is I wanted to bring up, which I know we're going to get to this performance evaluation. I guess this is something I wanted to touch base with council on. I'm curious to hear, again, what staff thinks about Paul as a town manager, but also what we as council can do to help them improve or to get better at their job. I'd actually like to see something, again, I keep it anonymously, of course, but I'd like to see something from staff with something similar to what we fill out for Paul, but something similar but again, anonymously, but also for us, what we can do to help them with their job. Because I think if we can help them do better, it helps the residents better, it helps, everybody's working into one team at that point. So that's something I wanted to do, and I wanted to hear from you guys about it, but I'd actually like to make a motion on that if I can, but I'd like to hear from you guys first, if that's something that, you know, the pros and cons of it, as to why we would do it.
Specifically regarding Paul or their job or position in general?
Specifically, well, I want to hear about what they think about us as, not what they think about us as council, but like what we can do to help them, whether it's more training, we need to fund more training for them, but also, you know, I do want to know if there's something that Paul could do to assist them. But the reason I'm saying anonymously is just because it makes it a little bit easier for people to speak, I guess, you know, instead of it being, this is said by so-and-so. So anyway, that's my thought. It's not trying to cause a rift or anything with anybody. It's trying to figure out how we can work better and as a team. That's really what I'm presenting it as.
I need to think about it. I don't really know.
Okay.
You guys?
Can you explain a need for that? I mean, well, I guess put you on the spot, not to name names. Has anybody come forward to you?
No, I don't, but again, I specifically, I would never ask that question, to be honest. I would never ask a staff member, what's your thoughts on Paul? I would never do that. That's not something I would do. Not because I don't want to put them, I don't even think we're allowed to by our charter, first of all, but second of all, I wouldn't put an employee on the spot. I wouldn't do that. It's just, you know, and that's what I'm saying, more of an anonymous approach. Again, I'm not trying to have it where it causes any kind of rift here. That's not the intention. The intention is pure, and it's just, I want to ensure that maybe there's stuff that we're missing. You know, I don't know. Missing in a sense of to improve as a team. That's literally why I'm asking that question.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like that's my role as a manager, to bring those issues to you as I see them in my staff. I've seen that go backwards and wrong too, especially if you have an employee issues. But you know, I think I do a good job of communicating with the staff and bringing the needs of training, and I mean time obviously is a big issue. Being competitive with salaries. I mean, just for the record on that, I don't know, it gets kind of, I could see where there could be some problems with that. Just throw it out there. I'd like to kind of visit with Anita a little bit on that too and see where that goes.
Yeah, and it's not to cause any issues. It's more of an informational thing, you know, again, just to hear.
With the budget coming up, I kind of understand maybe try to allocate money to something that would benefit the employees a little bit more. I mean, just throwing that out there.
Well, I do like the idea of feedback. Just not 100% sure that might be the best approach. Thank you for bringing it up.
All right.
Don't cross it off your list.
I don't cross anything off my list.
Yeah.
It's fine. Okay.
I kind of agree with Mayor and Vice Mayor. Think about it, because I have to agree with Paul. This could go south real quick. We've seen and heard horror stories where good people are sabotaged and destroyed, and that's not what we want in the town. I do think, I agree with Carol, you know, there needs to be some kind of maybe a feedback, but personally I've seen things go really bad, and I just don't want that. I'm like the mayor. I want to think about this instead of just jumping on it right now. Please don't cross it off. I agree with Carol. It's a thought to think about, but that's a double-edged sword, and I just want to leave it at that for now.
I don't think we're going to get that kind of feedback. I mean, that's drastic, but I don't think we're going to get that kind of feedback.
I don't honestly, I don't feel like you would get anything negative or anything like that. But I guess if your approach is, I'll just throw this out, and then I know, like Mayor said, we'll come back and think about it. I guess if the approach is understand what staff feels they need to do their job better, I'd rather have that survey come from me as a town manager than I can present that to you, so they can, you know, we can visit with it, talk about it, understand it, you know, because it's one thing to say, give me your your wish list, and it's another thing, is it practical, is it reality, or is it even fit your job description? I mean, there's a lot of things that kind of go into it. You know, generally, I will say, I think that's one of the most positive comments I get from my staff, is they feel that this council supports them. You've supported them through training, you've supported them for performance bonuses, you've supported them through making sure their wages are competitive, through the kudos when you guys walk in and say thank you and good jobs. We had a staff meeting today, and that was one of the comments is, you know, they know that you guys as a council, while they're not perfect, that you want them to be good and support them. So whatever that's worth, I'll just throw that out there.
So we get a good report.
You did get a good report.
Thank you.
All righty. That's good. It's an idea to think about for me. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. I have something for additional discussion at the end.
You got what?
I have something for additional discussion at the end, but
Okay.
not now.
Okay. You can do it now. Carol?
Yes. First off, to the residents of Franklin Pond that came up and spoke on behalf of the pond, thank you. I've been approached by, just this week, 4 other residents. That pond is flat nasty and definitely needs some help. So maybe we can think of putting that up on the priority, checking into that and getting that on its way to being not the big mosquito slap nasty pond that it is.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I'll look into it. I think part of it, I need to look in why is it getting so bad. If we have a problem, you know, if it's getting that bad that quick, there's something going on there, and we need to see why that's happening.
Maybe stagnant water. I know that they're absolutely correct. It's a river that flows right down in there. Yes, but definitely need to work on that. Since we closed off Division Street, we still have the signs there that tell you the post office and the library, which I guess technically you can get there, but the street itself is a dead end. Small, but on my list.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
The other thing, I showed you the photo of the culvert on Ridgewood. Is that still ripped up, or has that been repaired?
It has not. They're going to come do it when they put the signs in, because I'll have the concrete guys out there.
Again, I'm going to ask that, especially once Lakeside, well, even like immediately, if we can start diverting the boat traffic over to Porter, while all the construction's going on and everything else. There's not a lot of it, but once the boat ramp comes in, there will be more of it. Start it now. Everybody gets used to it, and the boat traffic goes up Porter, assuming that there's no other council members that object to that. So put that one on your list. Kirk Island.
And are you just thinking a sign, I guess, or something, or?
That'll do for starters. Anything that directs them off of Lakeside. You know, there's I don't know any other way to do it beyond signage. Is there another way?
I wouldn't think so, but I also, just fairly too, I also would like to get some comments from the people on 3rd Street and Porter, because, to see how that impacts them as well.
Well, okay. All right.
But yeah, I mean, that's doable. I need to really think about that route a little bit and how that will play out.
I'm good with that one. Kirk Island or Anthony's Island, I suspect that we're probably already in the initial conversations about working out what and the hows and the whens and the wheres of all that. I would like to suggest that we set that up as a private island for just the residents of Montverde, which basically means going forward, any money that we put into it is got to be money out of our pocket. We can't do no grant money, no public money. We get grant money, we get public money. We have to open it up to everybody that wants to be there. That island was given graciously to the town of Montverde, and I really think we need to keep it within the town of Montverde and limit that to just a private island for our citizens. What that looks like, how we enforce that, Those are all things that are on the table for discussion. The lakeside is the one that probably concerns me the most. There's no way to stop anybody from getting over there by the lake. But going forward, I really would push for language. And again, I don't know what that means, what it's going to read like, but we should set it up right here and now that it's a private island for the residents of Montverde. If at some point in the future we decide we don't want it to be that way, it's easy enough to take it out, but it's hard to put it in. So I suggest we start that way right here, right now. Anybody, comments?
I'll bite.
Go for it.
So I think we need to have a discussion at a meeting in reference to the island, because one of the concerns, I think it's great. I mean, this is not me. I think everyone knows when I come up here and speak, it's always about how do we pay for something.
And that's why I said right off the bat, that's where we're going to go. But at this point, well, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish your thought.
And my concern is even what does that, if we go that direction, of course, that opens the door, right? How do we pay for that? But also, if we go the other route and we say it's just, we're going to do something else with it, I still am going to say, how do we pay for the maintenance of that? That's a big concern for me as we move forward. I mean, it's a phenomenal gift. I'm trying to wrap my head around how do we pay for that without raising millage, to be honest. That's a concern for me.
You know, at this point in the game, it's so brand new that the ink isn't even dry.
This is ideal time to talk about it now versus
Correct.
6 months from now when.
But we haven't even been presented with any plans, any possibilities. There's been no discussion. All right, it's been gifted.
Right.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is we lean in that direction now, because again, I think it's harder to do it in the future. Yeah. Okay. I mean, we've already lost all of our sports courts to half of everybody else in the county. I don't want to see the island go the same way. Right? So I'm all, and yes, it does mean that there's no public funds, and we all know that's what that means, and we all know that that's money out of our pocket, okay? But right now, it's not. There is no money. There is no budget. There is no island. It's a conversation. Right. So that's where I'm headed.
Can we add that to an agenda item, maybe a special meeting just for that? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm sitting here trying to get into Anita's head, thinking all of the legal ramifications that she's like, oh, yippee, this is going to be fun. That's one avenue to be examined. So again, very beginning. It's the very beginning. No decisions have been made, but I would like to push in that direction.
Well, right now, we don't take control of the island till Mr. and Mrs. Anthony pass away.
Soon.
So hopefully we got 10 years. But what they're negotiating now is not that much detail. Because after we take control, we can decide if we want to just have residents or not on it.
At some point, the detail will come.
Right, but I would think it's at least 5 years away.
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea how long it's going to take them to put it all together, I mean, that's.
I think we still need to talk about it, though.
That's years down the line. I agree with that.
I don't want to wait till 5 years and then all of a sudden, hey, we got to do this now. And then we're going to be behind the 8 ball, and now we really have to make hard decisions.
Well, we need them to work through the agreement with taking over the island first, because they might say, you can take it over only if you leave it open to the public. Okay, then we wasted a lot of time. So let's just let them work on getting the agreement to move it to Montverde. We sign it, and they'll do that in the next few months, and we'll get that signed, and then meanwhile, we can think about it, but then we can address it.
One of the other concerns that I have for the island, too, is safety. We had safety. We had Lance in here earlier talking about climbing a water tower, and, that, I'm trying to, I'm way past the point, but I'm trying to put my 16-year-old hat on, and I'm thinking that's a great place to go hang out, right? If there's nothing there, right? And
there's gators there.
Well, but that's where I'm going with that. There's a massive insurance liability. I mean, and that's something I know you're going to have to figure out, is the insurance liability of that, because if someone sneaks onto that island and tragic happens, are we on the hook for that? It's just
sovereign immunity too.
Yeah.
You know, again, this is way early in the process. I mean, this is, you know, it's kind of like just finding out you're pregnant and you've got 9 months to deal with. Okay, that's, you know, but just saying.
What would you think, Anita? I mean, she's working the whole deal right now.
I think we need to wait and see the proposed language. We did have some discussions, and they're going to be the ones that set some of the conditions, and then it'll come to the council to say whether or not you're willing to accept those conditions or not. And I think that would be the appropriate time to have the discussions, and we'll know what they're asking of the council for the gift if in the event that it passes. So we'll have time to talk about those items with them as well.
And Mr. Mayor, could you just take 1 minute, because I know some people here probably weren't at that last meeting, and we're talking Anthony Island, probably no one knows what we're talking about.
Yeah, good point. Chris Anthony and his wife, who own Smith Island, out. If you go down Kirkland, you go down the dirt road all the way, and you bear left, you'll go to a big ramp that he owns, and he bought the property right there. It's actually about 30 acres, and it was 2 property owners that sold it to him. And then he owns the island way out in Lake Apaca, and he came here with his wife and with his daughter and explained to the council that they want to give the town of Montverde that island when they pass away. And a couple of things right up front that they said was that if we take control of it and we have it and we manage it and we're doing it, and if we don't like it anymore, we have to, the only people we can give it to or sell it, we can't sell it. We have to give it back to the family, and that will be in the agreement. He decided on what he wants it named. He had a bunch of things that he wanted, plus I'm sure he's going to have more. And they're a very nice couple wanting to preserve the island and donate it to the town of Montverde. So it looked pretty interesting, and we're pretty excited about it, but of course nobody has experience with something like this. So we're trying to work through it. Anita and Paul and their attorney and myself and Mr. Anthony was on a conference call, and it was the very beginning, and there was at least 15 topics that were brought up by everybody, each person their own, that was going to take a while to get through. Is that the best way to? I mean, it isn't overnight. It's going to take a while. They're both very nice people, very healthy. I've gone to dinner with them a couple times to talk to them, Mr. and Mrs. Anthony, and you know, they're going to be a while before we're going to take it over. So don't just put the bug in everybody's ear, I would think, and let's think about it. And after they get done negotiating, as they get done negotiating, they'll bring it forward to us. Here's what we did so far, and then we can start fitting in what we think at that point. Would that be okay?
That's all right with me. I'll start thinking about it.
Okay. All righty. What else you got?
We'll call this one the last on the list. I had a chat with Paul. The pickleball courts are very popular. The tennis court is popular, but not quite as popular as the pickleball. The possibility of taking one tennis court and converting it to additional pickleball courts. And I think we talked a little bit about maybe a rec league type of thing. Yep.
Yeah, just to follow up from our discussion, obviously the pickleball courts are very popular, especially early morning and weekends, and we've had several Montverde residents complain and or express their concerns that they're not able to get on the courts because we have, you know, a lot of people from Mineola, Claremont, and stuff using the courts because they're nice courts. One option is we could look at doing something with the tennis courts. We'd have to look at the parking. It's kind of everywhere I look at pickleball courts, you build it and they'll keep coming. And so I don't know if we put 6 in, that means we have another 100 people show up. The other option, I think, which might help solve the problems so our residents have an opportunity to get on there is I'm going to ask some people that enjoy playing pickleball if they would like to be a volunteer to organize what I would call a rec league. And it would, you know, be a non-competitive rec league, but Montverde residents would have first opportunity. Let's say we had something going on Friday morning, Saturday morning, or whatever, and those people would organize some nice just recreation back and forth, and the courts will be reserved for Montverde residents at that time because the rec league's going on, or whoever signs up. And if not, you know, say we have 100 slots and 80 Montverde residents sign up, then we can open it up to people that are outside the city, and of course we would charge them more for using the courts, and therefore, so we would need volunteers running, because I don't have the staff to actually, you know, run a rec program. But there's a couple people who said they would like to do that. So as soon as, you know, I'm going to look into that as something, as an opportunity once we get through Montverde Day.
Yeah, yes, after Montverde. And same thing, the court conversion, if you just come up with some costs on that, because I know Mr. Morganelli will want to know how we're going to pay for that. As you should.
Yeah, my biggest concern we need to look at is the parking. That's the one thing that kind of worries me more than anything.
Well, I say let them walk. You know, we could have, you know.
Yeah, just, you know, I don't want to get, because we got some houses and residents there. I don't want to get too carried away with the parking, but that's something we could look at.
Hey, just real quick, sorry to interrupt. We sold them land up on the hill for the fire department to the county, took the $250 and put it in to build the sports courts. And there was a little bit more money that we spent on that. Was that grant money, or was it impact fee? I believe it was impact fee.
I think it was impact fee.
Right.
Yeah, I think the total court was like 3 1/4.
Right, and I think that 75 was impact
Yeah,
fees.
correct.
So we didn't use any grant money. So
Correct.
can't we restrict it since we didn't use grant money? So we could actually tell people it's only for residents.
Yeah,
Maybe you can set a sign up that it's only for residents, and these hours are only residents, and these hours are anybody in the world that wants to play.
Yeah,
I'm just throwing it out there
Sure.
just for the money, you know.
Yeah, and I think we legally can do that. The question is enforcement of that. And, you know, the phones will be ringing off the hook. They don't belong here, not my residents. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we enforce that. That would be my, that's just something we would need to think through that to see what that would look like.
Well, I'll go over there and say, let me see your license.
But
well, I know in other places that I live, it hasn't been a sports court, but like the boat launch, the boat ramp, you had to live in a community, and you had to go and put a deposit down to get a key to open the lock if you wanted to load your boat down there. So something like that for residents is an idea.
yeah, I mean, we can definitely lock. I've thought about that too. Then my manager hat goes on, then vandalism, then the entrepreneur out there is going to sit there and say $5, I'll get you in the courts. So, you know, there's lots of those things I run through my head, but, you know, I can see that. But let me, you know, I'll definitely look at and play with it. I think at Montverde Day, I think I would like to try the rec league and just kind of see, because that would have dedicated time for Montverde residents, because it would be organized. And I think it would be fun for residents, because they could, you know, you could have a time that's just, you know, if someone wants to teach people how to come learn to play. And then you have a time where it's just, you know, level 1, just pickleball, getting to know it, and so on, so on. So.
Well, a bad assumption on my part. I assumed that a lot of that went in with grant money. So knowing that no public funds were spent on it, that's a different light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Well, let's give them a shot to try that, and then.
Yeah, no, I'm all for that.
Okay, you okay with that? What else you got?
Just one question, and this is an education thing, because somebody asked me, and I'm like, I don't know, because I'm not an engineer. But you got right-of-ways on a road. You got one on one side, one on the other, right? And that determines the actual
width of the road. Correct.
Right? Yep. All right. So if you have the right-of-ways are never, well, they're not always the same. One on one side may be more or less, one on the other. But when you come through and you repave that road, does that road not end up being centered in between the two right-of-ways, even if this right-of-way is 3 feet and this right-of-way on the other side is 10 feet?
No.
No. So it doesn't go center from the right-of-ways.
No, not necessarily.
That's the answer to the question.
And just real quick, reasons why: elevations taken into account, stormwater, underground utilities that are there. New Florida statute just approved by our state legislature, signed by the governor, makes the towns responsible for moving communication lines, 100% of the cost now for road projects. So all those are factors when we kind of look, and stormwater is, you know, a big one, you know, because generally you'll kind of get some stormwater going on to one side.
Do communication lines run along like with gas lines and water lines and all the other
You'll
stuff?
have water lines, gas lines, multiple communications. You can have fiber, old phone, Bell phone, CenturyLink running. You have, you know, there's new, they're getting ready to start to run some new fiber in Montverde now. You know, on Lakeside, there were some areas we had 3 water lines in the ground, all running in the same direction, different sizes. So it's, we have 2 telephone lines on Lakeside that we discovered down there, 2 different sets of telephone lines. Sometimes you have electric lines running. So, I mean, just there's a lot into it, but generally you'll see them skewed to one side of the road or the other.
And circle back, what was it you just said about the state and the communication lines? We can't move them, they have to stay? What?
So there was a statute that was approved by the legislation that when we do road or public works projects in the past, if a utility's in the town's right-of-way, we own the right-of-way, and it's interfering with our right-of-way, we would contact the utility as a part of a franchise agreement and say, you need to move your line, we're putting a storm pipe in, it's in the way. So now with communications and internet, the town is responsible for those costs to move them.
Thank you.
Or the city or the county or the state.
Thank you.
There's some good lobbyists that work there.
All lobbyists are good lobbyists. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Alan?
Yeah, I think also, Paul, wasn't there in that clause from the state that the municipalities and towns are also responsible for loss of revenue that is determined, that they lose revenue because we had to shut the line down. And that was, the way I read it, that's kind of be a blank check. We'll just fill in the number, correct? Or
I don't know the answer because I just read the headline per se. I haven't dug into the statute. I haven't had time to get through that statute yet. So, but I can look into that.
yeah, I glanced through a little bit more, and like the more I read into it, the more depressed I got. And it's like, yeah, that's a gold mine. We're in the wrong business. So, a couple things, Paul. Truscott Park on the FEMA updates. How do we stand on that? Probably, I know the answer is probably going to be nowhere. FEMA hasn't budged yet, or have we any good news?
Nothing good. The reports are really nothing to report. So there's 2 different applications going in. So one is for the reimbursement of the cleanup from the FEMA for the debris and all that, and that's in the neighborhood of about $250,000. That's actually gone through the federal level through that process, and it has gone through, it is back to the state level now. So that is something that could possibly, last time that happened within a few months after arriving at the state. So I would hope we would see that money by the first of the year on that. On the mitigation, which is fixing the boat dock outside. So actually, Sandy gave me an update the other day on that. She's working through that. We put in for the basic mitigation, which is just for the repair, and we had to post that and advertise that. I think it was for 60 days or something along that line. So that just expired. And so now it works through the mitigation. Once we get the mitigation approved, then we have to then apply for the hardening to upgrade the dock. So I would think we have a very lengthy process left, and it'll go well into next year before we have an answer on the dock.
Second question, Daniel Webster, we mentioned last time about the Daniel Webster had Town of Montverde on our road project in the federal level. Any updates on that?
Last I heard, it's still in the cycle, and pretty soon they'll send us out an email requesting some letters of support and things like that. So I've obviously talked to Montverde Academy. I'm starting to put some feelers out there to start getting those letters put together. But as far as I know, it's still in the budget for the U.S. appropriations.
I'm actually meeting with him at the end of the month, so if you need any help with that, let me know.
Yeah, please do. Yes, yeah, bring it up. I think we were only one of the 15 that he selected to move forward. So, and just so everybody knows, Mr. Webster, we've put in a request, and he's moved it forward for the town for $1.5 million for road improvements to 455, basically from the roundabout up to Fosgate.
And I wanted to say thank you, Carol Womack, for your enthusiasm about being visionary and looking forward. I want to say, I think since I've been on council, that we've had a change to look at things not only here and now, but down the road. So that was a good discussion, and I think it was well worth it. So there's a lot of hurdles before we get to the goal line. I think we're in the end zones trying to go the other way, but if you don't have it, then we get to the end, we go, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but we didn't. So thank you. Town looks pretty good. From when I'm driving around, the rains have been a blessing, been a curse in some places down at Franklin Pond. Our road development project is patiently, for those who live on that side and traverse it, I give you 2 gold stars for what you put up with on a daily basis going up and down that road. But it is improving slowly but surely. I wish they would get a quicker way to eat that elephant instead of one bite at a time, but it's making progress. So be patient with council, be patient with what's going on, and thank you for your patience so far. And with that, I turn it back to the mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Can I just make one more comment? Just as a shout out for those who do travel on Lakeside. The issue with the screws is really, really bad when they are pulling the casing out. They've already poured the concrete, and they're pulling that casing out. And all that casing is put in with those 3-inch screws, and it's when they're ripping that casing out and they're throwing that stuff across the road that those screws are flying everywhere. So as you drive down the road, pay attention. If it looks like they're starting to pull those things out, don't drive down the road. Give it a few days for them to pick it up and rain to wash it away or whatever. But that's something to look at in terms of how bad they're going to get. And I live on Lakeside. I know, all right?
So that is supposed to be corrected, so if you still see it going, contact me immediately.
Yep. It'll be a lot, yeah. But that's when it's going to be at its worst.
All righty, thank you very much. I got a few things, let's go through it. I have a lot of people ask me about the seniors' activities and getting that started. For many years, we did bingo for 6 years, and then COVID hit and we had to stop. But we want to get some things going again for the seniors. So if anybody has any ideas, please call me, and we can start organizing a group to meet and talk about it.
Bingo is coming back around. I have a 501c3 that I can work under. So yeah, bingo's coming.
Yep. And I have all the stuff for you in my garage.
And yeah, I need to go through and take an inventory of that.
I did 9,000 bingos.
Okay, make it 9,001?
All right, and then the really big news here is we're going to do a time capsule that for our 100th year of Montverde Day. And what we're going to do is buy the, where you put the urns in the vaults, and then you put down in the ground, you have a time capsule. So what we want to do is purchase 2 vaults and advertise to the whole town for the next couple months that we want them, anybody wants to put anything in the time capsule, it can only be really paper, because everybody's going to want to put something in it. So it might be a picture, it might be, I don't know, a document you have, or your story written on it. But we're going to start advertising that anything you would like to put in these vaults, we're going to allow people to put them in. We'll put them in the vaults ourselves, but you can bring it down hall. We're going to, we have a place that we picked out. We're not really sure exactly where yet, but we have a couple places to look at. And we're going to load them up, put them in the ground, put pretty much I would call it a headstone, but it's a marker. And we're going to let the people 100 years from now open it up. So it's not very expensive to do, so we've been talking about it, the committee, Paul, myself, and I knew the council would think it's a great idea. So we're going to do that, and so think about what you want to put in there. Picture of your family maybe, or something on the back, right? Write all about your family. Hey, I moved here in 2025. That's going to be 100 years from now when they're reading it. So it's going to be pretty cool. So just think about that, and we'll bring it up every council meeting going forward to give you updates, and I'm going to start advertising it on the newsletter better and on the websites. I mean, the Facebook and websites. Alrighty, one of the things that came up, I think we talked about it last meeting, was the three-way, the 90-degree turn, where everybody comes down and makes a left to go to Ferndale, and how there seems to be more newer people in Montverde that might have guests or other people coming to visit them, or even themselves, to forget that the traffic has the right of way, and we're seeming to have a lot more problems at that little corner there. So I think I asked you last meeting to think about making it a three-way stop. So right in front of gatherings, it would be a stop, and then you make a left to go to Ferndale. So I'd like to see, you know, a stop sign coming from Ferndale at the blinking light, a stop sign by the gas station, and a stop sign in front of gathering right there, and have everybody stop and look at each other. Because somebody's going to get hurt, because there's a lot of people coming through Montverde that don't understand that corner at all. And if you're here as much as we are, like we're here, Paul and I and a few others here, we're here all the time driving around town, so we see a lot of it during the day. And it's just waiting to happen. I would feel bad if I didn't bring it up. Somebody got in a car accident and got hurt real bad. So, what do you guys think? One at a time.
I don't particularly, myself personally don't particularly care for it, but I do see the need for it.
Me too. I don't care for it, believe me.
You know,
I know what the road does, but it's not about us. It's about the person that doesn't understand it. What do you guys think, up or down? Yep. You just tell the county to do it, and then you go. They put it in. No, not a stoplight, a stop sign. What do you guys think? Do you think it's a halfway decent idea to look at a little harder? Do you not like it? Okay, everybody likes it. Put your hands up. And that's like $4 million. This is $29. Okay, anybody don't like it? Okay, it's going on even. Okay, so we're going to have to just look at it and think about it and make a decision to ask the county to help us with that or not. I'll move on.
let me ask you this, would it be of benefit if we put up a sign, I mean, slightly larger than the normal sign that says this traffic does not stop, and then maybe make larger stop signs on the lakeside side?
It's not that they're not stopping coming from the gas station. They don't understand that this car coming from the school has the right of way in front of them. So they see a car coming down, and they think they have to wait for them to get past at that point. So this person knows they're all right to go like that, and this person doesn't.
The person that's sitting on the lakeside side?
Lakeside. Yeah, lakeside, yeah.
That has a stop sign?
Yeah. They're stopped.
Correct.
They don't know that this person isn't supposed to stop.
Well, and that's why there would be a sign there that says oncoming traffic does not stop.
Well, you could do that, but now you got to get people to read signs and stuff. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Well,
Everybody knows what a stop sign is.
I'm looking for a happy medium where we don't bring everybody to a full stop.
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, I know we had some good ideas thrown out today. Can I throw all those as a discussion item, maybe on an agenda, and we can get public comment and stuff from them all? And
well, we're talking about it right now.
Sure.
Okay. So, what do you think? You don't like it? All right,
well, I think I said already that, yeah, myself personally, I don't want to see a three-way stop. I do see the need for some more caution at the intersection. Maybe I should phrase it that way. You know, if we put up additional signage and it doesn't appear to solve the problem, then we're left with no alternative but to make it a three-way stop.
What do you think, Alan?
I kind of have to agree with Carol that.
Dang, twice in one night. I'm liking you more and more.
I'm married, okay? That's what you're
All right. Grant?
I'd like a little more time to think about it.
Joe?
I'm sort of at the point where, like, if they're not going to read a sign, the stop sign is the same concept. So I mean, I would go along with that as well. I think we need another sign, like, before you go to that, I mean, again, it's just
It's not like
such
I
a
bring the best
thing to
ideas.
argue about, I guess, for a stop sign.
Alrighty, well, let's, give it some more thought and we'll maybe put a sign up.
I like Paul's idea too, put it as a discussion item.
Yep. All right, that's one of my, let me put this down as a bad idea.
So you guys again,
A
go back, that's
workable
your
idea.
homework. Go back, talk it up. Yeah. Mr. Morganelli is going to see to it that you have one email address that will reach all of us. Okay? So
That's the
up or
plan.
down, you want it or you don't want it.
I can't do that. That's a Paul thing.
No, we've already said do that, so
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Okay, wait a minute, it's my turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, we're still sending flowers to every person that dies living in Mount Verde. When they die, we send flowers to their grave, right? When they're getting buried?
Yeah, we do have a bereavement fund, so we send them to their service is where we send them to.
Just double check and, okay, and we talked about the Mount Dora school, Mount Dora and Eustis is doing speed cameras in the school zone. And we talked about, the repairing of the sidewalks, that's gonna be pretty soon, not the new sidewalks, repairing the old sidewalks. You said something about the end of the month.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to do a sidewalk repair. We got probably about 12 slabs in town that need to be popped up and replaced, so that's coming up pretty quickly here.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's move on. All right, the finance report, we have $4,451,507.35 at the beginning. We end up with $4,713,368.67. We move on to the minutes. This is the consent agenda. I have the minutes from June 3rd and the minutes from June 10th. And I need a motion to approve.
I make a motion that we approve the previous minutes as presented.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And say nay. Okay, and we'll move on to the fiscal year 2025 budget update. Can you give it up?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, I just, as we're winding down to the end of our budget year, just want to give you just a quick update where we stand on our current budget year. While you have the finance report in there, just I would share just where we're at on things. As the Mayor just mentioned, our available cash balance is $4,713,368.67. We're at 83.3% in our budget year. So basically 2 more reporting cycles before we get to the 100% of our budget year. In our general fund, we are at 88.41% of revenues collected, and again, we're at 83% in our budget year and at 88% revenue, so that's coming in really good. And our expenditures are at 69.7%, so obviously under our revenues. So everything's looking pretty healthy in our general budget. Water budget, same way, we're at 83%, but we are at 97.72% in revenues right now in the water fund, and our expenditures are at 53%. And luckily we've had some water breaks and some repairs this year, but nothing that was a major line, so it's helped keep our budget costs down this year for our water fund. Our sewer fund, we now are at 100% of our budgeted revenues, and our expenditures are at 56%. Capital fund, as you can see, we have a lot of money in our capital fund. We're at 3.62% in our revenue and 5.53% in our expenditures. And the reason why we have to spend the money then ask for reimbursement, so that one will always be reversed from what you see in the funds. I just wanted to give you a quick update. I know you got a very detailed finance report in your council packets, but I did want to share just kind of as we're approaching the end of the year where we stand. Be glad to answer any questions.
No questions? Okay, move on. Moving on, next topic is going to be selecting a planning and zoning board member. I think everybody that's applied has already done an interview with the council. So we have, let's see, I got the list right here. Got Mr. Rogers, right? And Mike, and John, right? Who else was here? I
And the list is up on the board there too as well.
I'm sorry?
We do have the list up on the board there as
Oh,
well,
you do?
Mayor.
Okay.
Yep.
So we got John's here, Roger, James Roger, Judy Lay's here, right? Oh, she's not, okay. Nicholas Williams, is he here? No. All right, so we have 3 people here. Now, those 3 people, you all already interviewed with the council, right? And explained everything, with who you are and what's up? Does the council want to interview each of those 3 again?
I don't, no, I don't need to interview anyway. Anyone else?
Carol?
No, I'm good.
Alan? I'm good. Okay, so what we need to do is pick somebody to be on the planning zoning board and move forward here.
I'll nominate Mr. James Rogers.
I'm sorry?
James Rogers.
Okay, we have a first, we need a second. I guess it didn't go anywhere. Anybody else?
Mike Whidden?
Mike Whitten?
Yes.
Okay, we have a first, need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Okay, let's do it. All in favor say aye.
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 Against say nay. Mike Whitten. Mike, you're on the planning zoning board. And the folks that applied that didn't get it, it's wonderful to see people apply for these positions. So keep coming to the meetings, stay involved. I can say that Mike's been involved for about 10 years. So I don't hope it doesn't take you that long. Okay, thank you very much. Let's see what's the next topic. All right, discussion on the draft ordinance relating to the regulation of the operation of the golf carts. Okay, didn't we already do this 2-3 times?
Several times.
Okay, go do it again.
Yeah. Council did ask that this be brought back as a discussion item to further discuss. I think the question is 455 in Ridgewood. That was still up in the air, so.
What's the question?
The question is, do we want to allow golf carts on 455 in Ridgewood? So originally we had just real brief, we had a couple workshops on this. Originally at a time, which was a different council makeup, did kind of give an indication, I don't remember how many, that they probably would be okay with it on there. We brought it back as a ordinance, and at that time there was some discussion if that would be a safe thing to have done in town, to have people driving up 455 in Ridgewood. Council decided to table the ordinance and bring it back to discuss further because it was kind of late in the evening, if I recall right, and we want to move on.
So they would go through the roundabout.
They could go anywhere you would allow them to use, yes, Ridgewood and 455, yeah.
That sounds awful dangerous to me. What do you guys think?
I'm going to take the other side of that. I think we already have residents doing it. Yeah, I say we just, with everything else coming, I'd like to see a lot of golf carts at, say, Montverde and stuff like that. It would alleviate some parking, but I would just say let them ride wherever they want in our town safely, me personally.
Well, you put a video on YouTube the other day, on Facebook, with a car passing you.
That was down by
Bella
Bella
Clean.
Clean, yeah, which.
Right,
yeah.
how fast were you going?
Well, no, I was coming the other direction. They actually came out.
Oh,
the
that's
other
right,
direction.
yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that. Because people,
They
you
do,
know,
but I mean. in
I'm doing
relation, I
40
guess.
and people are passing me because they're mad at me. You know, and my golf cart doesn't go nowhere near 40.
I get that.
You know, and I'm driving a golf cart around here and it's dangerous. You know, I'm just saying. I don't know how often, I don't know if you have a golf cart.
I don't have any room for one, but.
It's, to put a golf cart on the roundabout, that's dangerous, in my opinion.
Anita, do we have any liability come back to the town?
They're county roads. We would have to get permission from the county. but they're county roads.
Do the golf carts have to have lights and blinkers and stoplights?
They do after dark.
After
Yes.
what?
After dark, when
Okay.
it's dark.
So during the day, they don't have to have brake lights?
Correct.
Okay.
I guess what are we discussing right now? I'm just sort of curious, because is this to move forward with it, or is this a discussion item? I'm just curious.
Yeah, this is not approval of the ordinance. Council instructed me, let's just bring it back and discuss it one more time to see if you want to bring it back as an ordinance.
You currently have an ordinance. The revisions that are in the code, there was a change in statute. So we were trying to get your ordinance in compliance with the law because it changed. But then we got into the whole discussion about where to allow them, and this was the last remaining issue that needs to be addressed before we can bring it back for adoption.
Part of the issue is going to be if you go down and you say, well, you can go on this road, not that road, but this road and another, it's going to get really confusing, I think, unless we're going to go down the winter garden aspect where you're going to have signs for everything.
Well,
which is
we've had
possible,
the
too.
signs that show where you can pass over to certain places with the golf cart on 455. And that's what the county came up with maybe 6, 8 years ago. And we've been following that rule. And, you know, FHP and Lake County, we asked them to tell people don't get on 455.
We could exclude the roundabout. I mean, just say you can't, I mean, there's not really, just exclude that.
I don't travel by golf cart, but why the roundabout when you can just go Lake and Highland?
But that's not that's right. So you would say not to do the round 455.
I guess the question is, why would you if you can take Lake and Highland?
So you're saying if you okayed it, you wouldn't go on 455?
I don't think it's probably, I don't think it's a good idea that we have golf carts all over the road. It's the biggest concern when the bridge opens up Ridgewood. It isn't having the golf carts, but the golf carts are going to go 30 miles an hour. All right. We already know that there's people that pass through town that don't live here that are not patient. I mean, Joe's witnessed it. I can every dadgum day on Fosgate, somebody, and it's just bang bang question of time. For as much as I'm, if I had a golf cart, I'd be yes, I want the right to go around Ridgewood, and I really don't see any reason why they shouldn't, other than the fact that it's almost like speed control in a way, and like Joe says, once that bridge opens, that's an onslaught of traffic, and I think I don't know, it's as a good thing as much as it is a bad thing, and we can't. We're already in a situation where we can't control speed in this town. We can't control people that are just passing through. I like the ideas of the golf cart because, yes, that's going to slow people down. But on the other side, I think it's probably just going to make it that much worse and dangerous. So, yeah, knowing that you can go Lake and Highland and detour, not have to go through the roundabout, then I would say no golf carts on the roundabout. And I'm sorry, golf cart people, and it's not because I have anything against golf carts. It's just I think in the long run, it's ultimately going to end up being more dangerous.
Well, Alan, you drive a big vehicle. What do you think?
I think it's a disaster waiting to happen. The original ordinance was, if I remember, was down at Mag Terrace. You could cross Ridgewood there. I think it was at 9th Street, and then I think at Porter were the avenues that opened up the north end, the central part, and then the southern end, and we restricted it back then with Jim Lay and Billy and Jim Peacock. That was a discussion that I think that was like, yeah, we left it there because the county wasn't allowing us to do that on public roads, so we just had to open it up. If my memory, you were there too, Joe. I think that's what we just left it at, and that way you stayed off the main thoroughfare, you stayed out of everybody's traffic, and that was before we had the speed control, and that was a big concern. I know public safety had said, man, they're flying through town at 40, 45, they're going to hit somebody, and then we're really going to have a problem. So I think it's a visibility thing too. when you're coming around the roundabout, you're not, it's not like the roundabout at 455 on the bridge where it's somewhat open. There's a lot of clutter, which is not a problem. But if you're flying through there, coming around from the south side of 455 heading north and you're going west on Ridgewood, you just zing through because you're going to go. And if there's a golf cart there in your way and that you don't see it, I think that's not going to be a healthy situation.
Is it possible to approve it where these aren't allowed in the roundabout, but everywhere else, 455 and Ridgewood? Like just put signs going up to?
Well, you can pull it closer to it.
Just have signs going up to the roundabout saying no golf carts allowed in the roundabout specifically, and they can use 455 and Ridgewood, just not in the roundabout.
Not through the roundabout.
Not the roundabout.
I think that's specifically where we're headed here, yeah.
Are residents allowed to speak? Are residents allowed to come up and talk from this one?
You got anything to say? Anybody want to add to that? Come on up. Oh, the microphone's broke.
Oh, geez. Donald Lippum, 16533 Pine Timber Avenue. I think, in going through the agenda packet, what we're talking about is 455 and whatever
Ridgewood.
the main...
Ridgewood.
Well, but I think it's also talking about the main thoroughfare coming through the academy. And we've got, I mean, now the state statute says 30 miles or less. I mean, it's kind of a state thing. There's some areas, I mean, Winter Garden, they thrive on that stuff. That has brought so much more vibrancy to that community. People are out at night. They're waving to each other as they go through town. Areas like Homosassa, old Homosassa, are built on people using golf carts because it brings so much more vibrancy into town. We love our sports courts. We've got too many people in there right now. We want more town people to get in there, but we can't take a golf cart from the top of the hill to come into town because now it's currently restricted on 455. Mag Terrace can't come into town on their golf cart to go to Cal's Kitchen or to the sports courts or into Montverde because that section is blocked. I get the roundabout, sure, but you're saying they come down Lake, and with the proper signage, it may well be a deterrent for speed. It works so well in other communities. Tavares has golf carts all over the place. It just gets people out. It gets people waving at their neighbors. It's just it's a community thing. And you can put in your ordinance, you can rewrite it that we need a yellow triangle on the back of an orange triangle. We could put a beacon on the top. There's other things that communities have done to increase visibility. There's other ways around it. But if we want to open it town up using it, we should open it to town or shut it down. Either way.
Is there a limit for 455? I didn't realize that the golf carts could not travel at all down 7th Street. Is that?
Yeah.
They're not allowed on.
Turn that down so it's not. We need that microphone so don't unplug it. Just turn the volume down over here.
Is that Fate's way of saying yes, they should be allowed? So yeah, just to clarify, they're not.
They're not allowed. They can cross 455 in designated locations, but they are not allowed to travel on County Road 455 currently.
And to make that happen, we'd have to go back to the county.
Correct.
Okay.
If we can get the, Kelly Rogers, 17325 2nd Street, if we can get the approval of the county, I think it's a great idea. I think golf carts in this town should be required to have liability insurance, so that should be something that's written into the ordinance so that if they are traveling on the county roads, that there's that protection of those who they could come in contact with. But we have cyclists all over our roads who are much less protected than golf carts, who don't have lights, who don't have other seat belts, other protections, and they slow down traffic. And yes, we hate that too. We know the Tour de Montverde is always fun here, but I think it's a great idea. We can't get to see our friends who live on Highland from Porter because you can't go down 455 unless you go through the back of the academy, and you try to do other things. It does curtail our ability to travel around in the golf carts, which is a really nice thing to do in a small town. So I think when we look at safety, we have to let people have their own personal choices, just like the cyclists do. The golf carts can do so. But again, I think it should be written into the ordinance that liability insurance is required on the golf carts.
Well, I agree with that. That's a good one. But real quick, if you were okay to go on 455, but not the roundabout.
That's fine. Just go down Highland and cut down Lake and go up Ridgewood. That's not a problem at all. I don't think the roundabout's necessary. I mean, I know there are people that maybe are coming from the other side or from the trailer park who would maybe like to do that as well, but for a safety standpoint, I don't know that a golf cart needs to be in a roundabout, but.
That's the other side of it. If you've got a golf cart and we don't let you do the roundabout, then how do you get your golf cart into Montverde coming from the trailer park side?
Yeah, and trailer park's not part of the town of Montverde, so we have to worry about our residents.
I know.
Do you guys have a golf cart?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Golf cart has lights and seat belts and everything, and feel very safe. You know, if we were able to do that, we would love to.
And
Thank
we
you.
did up the age from 14 to 18, so.
Oh, is there an age limit on who drives them?
State of Florida is 16.
That was the
16.
change in the
I think-
statute.
16, you have to have a license or no? Permit, okay.
Didn't we say 18? Didn't I see that in here somewhere?
Well,
Yeah.
It's 18 with a driver's license or a permit.
Yeah, golf cart may not be operated on public roads or streets by any person under the age of 18 unless they have a valid learner's license. So, yes. Well, what if we got into conversations with the county and see about making 455 open for golf carts? And then nix the roundabout.
Well, I guess we got to vote as a council if we want to do something.
Well, to me, it seems the observation is the strip between the academy is the holdup. I mean, if you could stay off 455 in some way and negotiate on the western side of the academy, that would get you to the backside of the academy and come around. I mean, I know that's longer to go, but you're off 455. You remove the potential of being
Hey,
on the road.
Go ahead and disconnect it. Yeah, we're not going to need no, I guess, anymore. We can fix it some other time. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So that's what I was just saying. I mean, to me, the whole issue is that how do you get from the academy side? There's no way, if you could stay off 455, you come down the lake and come around Highlands, and then it's from Highlands down on the western side of 455 along Montverde Academy. That's your issue. What can we do to create a pathway for golf carts there? That would keep them off 455, be safe, be a solution for everybody for the most part. And there have access downtown.
Yeah, the golf carts can come down the right of way on the side of the road. That's what I do when I go up that road. You know, I'll go up to Mr. Mann's house and I take the right of way. I don't know, maybe we
So
need-
are we all thinking that the town minus the roundabout? Is that where we're all thinking?
We'd have to get permission from the county for 455. But I think that's a good solution, close to a win-win.
Is that what you're asking us to do right now?
I mean, if council wants to include 455 in Ridgewood, then we would need a consensus and we can go to the county and ask that before we finalize the ordinance. If you don't want that, then I think the ordinance is ready to come back before you for consideration.
Oh, because it's written as no, you can't use 455 right now in Ridgewood?
Correct.
All right, well, there it is. Do you guys want to think about it? You want to vote on it? What do you want to do?
I'd like to move forward, I think. I think we vote at this point. This can's been kicked so many times.
You can adopt the ordinance tonight because that's not what it was for. But just a consensus either for us to go to the county and talk with them about allowing it on 455 and or Ridgewood, or if you don't want that, then we'll put it on the next agenda for consideration.
So why don't we tell them to go ahead and see if the county will let us, then come back, and at that time, we'll have more time to think about it, and we can decide once and for all.
But it does exclude the roundabout on Ridgewood. the golf carts can ride on Ridgewood, they just can't go through the roundabout.
Well, you're not gonna ask the town, they're just gonna ask the county if we can ride on 455 on Ridgewood.
Exactly.
We can decide that afterwards.
Yes.
about that.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So it's
All,
possible.
thank God, we don't have to pave it. And spend money on it, so's Fosgate. Right, that's what we're saying, that it needed to go ahead and get with the county and figure it out. And if they
So
say no, then we're done. But if they say yes, then we have to decide how we want to do it.
A sidebar with Anita. Anita, the position, if we go to the county, then we would have to go before the county commissioners with a request, and they would have to vote on that be on their agenda or not.
I don't know. I need to speak to the county attorney to see their process. It
Okay,
may
'cause-
be something that the BCC does have to approve. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't know either. I know
Yeah.
there are some problems with the county commissioners now that of the 5, 3 of them are up for election as we speak. And those 3 and the others are not wanting as an election year to do anything that ruffles anybody's feathers. So that may be a double-edged sword. If we pack the county commissioners and say, hey, we want this, then great, you're going to get it. If you don't, then you'll get what they decide to do. So I found that out this week through another issue dealing with the county commissioners. It's like they're not going to vote on anything until January after the election. So I hope this doesn't get dragged out till February, March, April, springtime. So just a suggestion.
All righty. All right, so we gave them direction on which way to go on that. Let's keep going here. Wilbur and Kern, you want to do our project update?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff. So we've got a few projects to update here, things that are that we have in progress for the city. The first of which is the consumptive use permit update, and for that I'm going to hand it over to Leslie Dumas, who's handling that project for us. So I'll have her come up and give that one.
Hi, good evening, Leslie Dumas, Woodard and Kern. Working on your consumptive use permit, and we'll bring up the next slide. Okay, just a quick reminder from the last time I was here. So we did a pre-application meeting with St. John's River Water Management District in January of '24, and we prepared and submitted the CUP renewal application in February of that year and received a request for additional information from them in March of '24. We submitted some of the documents they requested in May of '24 and then some more in November of '24. And between those two, I came before you to talk about the alternative water supply study requests that they had. And we had a conversation around using surface water versus using a lower Floridan well, having knocked out the other alternatives of recycled water and stormwater. So we need to, well, get to an update on that one, but we now have an extension to November of this year to get the final request for additional information into them. Okay, so in the request for additional information, their RAI, they had 11 points, and so far we've done, as you can see on this slide, 5 of them, and then the next slide, 3 more. So we basically have 2 left that we need to finish. One is the alternative water supply study, so we need some direction on how we want to proceed with that. And then the second is, depending on how we proceed on that, we may need to do some modeling to demonstrate that whatever the alternative water supply is that you choose to go with is not going to be causing any environmental impacts or impacts to other permitted water users. So just as a reminder of where we left off, so we did a water use analysis, so we looked at your demands going forward based on the permitted development that is either where you have executed developers agreements or you're planning on going forward. So we looked forward and said you're going to need a total of 240 million gallons per year. And because you are in the Central Florida Water Initiative, or CFWI area, they're targeting a limit of 115 gallons per capita per day. So based on your projected population going forward, that if we follow the CFWI rules, you could get 156 million gallons per year from the Upper Floridan. So that means that you are going to need to find some additional supplies, predominantly for non-potable supplies for irrigation purposes. And we've estimated that you're going to need, the town itself is going to need 30 million gallons per year for irrigation. And with some of your new developments, you're going to need another 37 million gallons per year. So in total, we need 67 million gallons per year of an alternative water supply. And that leaves about 17 million gallons per year that you're probably going to have to try to save via conservation. That's, and that's something else that the Water Management District is pushing right now, is really looking at residential conservation, water conservation. All right, so the work remaining, as we mentioned before, was we needed to select and evaluate an alternative water supply for the study. We did that, and we identified that the Lower Floridan well was a possibility, as well as potentially taking surface water off of Lake Apopka. Once we've decided on what we're going to do there, we basically have to put together a report and submit that to St. John's. And then again, depending on the supply, we have to do some potential modeling. So if you're doing a surface water supply, we're going to have to do some modeling. They may require some additional modeling for the increase in Upper Floridan allocations, just to make sure that you're not impacting any wetlands or the lakes. And then if we're looking at Lower Floridan, we probably do not need to do modeling, or we could at least ask that we don't need to do modeling because of the confining layer between the Upper Floridan and the Lower Floridan, which means that it's not going to, the likelihood of it impacting a surface water resource or a wetland is small. So if you go ahead and click the next slide. Just as a reminder, we had knocked off the recycled water because you're on septic, so there's no centralized system to go off of. You don't have brackish water, so that's off the list. And then because of the soils here are so porous, stormwater capture and reuse was not an option. So again, going forward, do you want to do Lake Apopka water or with a non-potable distribution system, or do you want to do a Lower Floridan well? So that's, would you like to take that one on, Paul?
Sure. So as council, we are currently doing a water planning study, and we have funds for a lower aquifer well that's in that planning study once it's approved by DEP. So I proposed the logical choice moving forward would be the Lower Floridian aquifer well, because we have the $2 million in free grant money funding for that versus everything else we have no funding for. And I think we've talked about that at council before a couple times, and you know, we just want to, what we're encouraging, just making sure we kind of want to memorialize that and make sure that's the route we're going to go for the study, because we do got to have that done by November.
Exactly. I don't want to commit you without you committing yourselves.
So I guess as council for the alternative water supply, the lower Floridian aquifer, is everybody okay with moving forward with that as an alternative water supply?
Yeah, of course.
That's what we have funding for.
Okay, great. Then we can wrap up. The nice part about that is we can wrap up that report. The likelihood of us having to do additional modeling for Lower Florida hopefully will be small, although I can't guarantee they're not going to want us to model the additional Upper Florida withdrawals. But then we can just wrap this up and get it back to them.
And I would say I appreciate Leslie and Scott. Originally, when we got our first request back from DEP, they wanted us to look at all the alternatives and do modeling for all of them and do a full-blown, I guess, alternative plan, which I think our first estimate was about $140,000 to do that. They went back and talked to DEP and said, wait a minute here, you know, we're in the process of an LFA well, you know, can we model that and just say this is our supply? And hence the resolution you have in front of you now is, you know, under $50,000 now to do that modeling to finish this. Hopefully finish this if they don't have any other requests. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I'm going to have one little caveat, and we're going to be getting to that in a bit, which is some additional requests from the Water Management District for conservation. But I'll table that until we get to that bullet point next.
So yeah, so what Leslie just described was the consumptive use permitting process, which will enable you to access the water source that you need. We're also working on a set of projects that are in various phases of design right now that will enable you to withdraw, will provide the physical infrastructure to withdraw, treat, store, and ultimately distribute that water to where it needs to go in Montverde, not just for today, but for the future. So there's a series of those that we're working on right now. One of them is a backup upper Florida aquifer well. So your existing 2 wells in town are in the upper Florida aquifer. We have designed an additional upper Florida aquifer well to serve as a backup supply, and then some security fencing around the primary water treatment plant up on the hill. We've also designed a new elevated storage tank that'll go on the Stetcher property, and that's again to provide additional storage. And then right now we're in the process of designing a couple of different phases of improvements to the water distribution system. I'll just read these off, but the first phase of those is a new water main along County Road 455. There's an existing water main that's there. We want to connect that to where the elevated storage tank is going at the Stetcher property. And then a replacement, I think that's upsizing actually the water main on Ridgewood Avenue east of the traffic circle. And then for phase 2, some of this is looping to provide for better water usage and circulation through the distribution system, which ultimately provides for better water quality. But new water main looping down Fosgate to feed the west side of Keelan Circle and Hillside Circle. A replacement water main on 4th Street to connect the distribution system and interconnect Porter and Lakeside. And then a water main extension along Alpha Avenue and 4 Lakes Lane, and the addition of some hydrants to provide additional fire service in that area. Part of the project is also providing a backup generator for the library as well. The justification that through a water project is that also serves as your EOC, so we were able to do that as part of the project. So as I mentioned, those improvements are in several stages of design. The planning for all of that I just described is being completed. And the idea is that all of the construction of all of those improvements will be funded through your supplemental appropriation, SAFI, supplemental appropriation for Hurricanes Fiona and Ian. You've got a $13 million grant that will cover that. A facilities plan has been submitted with all these projects in it. That's currently being reviewed by DEP. And once we have approval from DEP, we can move forward with the, in the case of the backup well and the new elevated storage tank where design is complete, we can move to bidding and construction for that project. The library generator and the distribution projects that I just described are in. We just started those earlier this year, so they're in earlier stages of design at this point. The bidding schedule, the bidding and construction schedule on all of those, whether we start them all at the same time or stagger them, is 3 to 4 months to get from bidding to a construction contract in place, and then about 12 months for construction in the case of all those things. So that's the update collectively on the drinking water system. I'll stop there and ask if there's any questions before we move to stormwater.
What's the drop dead date on the grant again? 27?
Yeah, I think it's November of 27, if I remember right. Yeah, we are pressing DEP every week. We know they've come back to us with questions on the facilities plan that we've submitted, which we've provided responses to. We're literally just waiting for approval to move forward with the next phase. Meanwhile, we're getting the rest of the design work done, but we can't move to construction until we get approval on that. And we have some other clients who are kind of in the same boat right now. We're just waiting for these approvals to be communicated.
So you're saying like you should be ready November, December. Is that what I'm hearing? To move forward?
Yeah, I would hope we would get approval. I mean, it could be tomorrow. It could be a month from now. It just based on the process that DEP is going through to review all of these. And then again, we've got to bid those out and then get a contract negotiated for those that are ready to move to construction.
And that's 3 or 4 months to do that?
Yeah, about, yeah. So yeah.
So 2 months to finish DEP, 3 or 4 months to do the contracting, and then they start building it?
Yeah. So we could be in construction.
So would that put us in January? So a year later we'll be finished?
Yes.
And that's with the storage tank?
Yeah, that includes the storage tank.
Okay, good. Thank you. Anybody else want to ask anything? You asked the question I had too. My biggest fear is
we run out of time and the grants go bye-bye. So, yeah, that's been a concern.
So right now, they're saying it'll be done January, February 27. They got until when, October, you said?
Yeah.
October, November. So it gives us 10 months.
Yeah, we've got a little cushion. Again, I'll feel better as soon as we get the approvals to move forward with that. It gets a little simpler once they approve the plan. That's literally where they're going through and saying every project that's proposed doesn't meet the requirements and the guidance for the rule and the funding. So as long as we're following the plan after that, though, it should be a little easier and more streamlined once that happens.
Hey, Scott, a question for you. This is kind of a little off subject, but it's not. Of the cities in Lake County that you do contractual work for, besides Leesburg, do you know of any other city that's been turned down on their consumptive use? I know Leesburg got slapped with a no, you shall not have any more water, live with what you've got. Do you know of anybody else in Lake County?
I don't know of any. None of the ones that we're working on have we got to that point. But we're in the middle of working. We're in the middle of the kind of a similar process in Groveland. We're about to initiate that process for Mascot as well. So those are the ones. They're a little earlier in the process. Groveland's not. Groveland's kind of in parallel to you guys, but Mascot's a little bit behind where you are. But you're kind of all affected by the same things. I don't. The issue for some of those communities is going to be what are they going to do about alternative water supply, and that's really the sticking point. They don't want to give up any more water than they have to, but so they want to make you go through the exercise to make sure you have a plan for doing something that's not using the upper Florida aquifer, which is really what's limited.
Well, I know I've got a friend up in Leesburg that goes to council, and Leesburg was told no. And they're like, hey, we're doing all this expansion. What are we going to do for water? And they just basically said, you need to figure that out on you. So, yeah, that was, nobody in Leesburg expected that to come down from St. John's water man, but they just flat told them, you need to live with what you got and make it work. So they're scrounging to find answers. So.
What else you got?
So I'll move on to stormwater if there's no more questions on drinking water. So you also have a SAFI grant for stormwater that's just shy of $20 million, $19.8 million, I think. And so we're working on a facilities plan right now to identify the projects that will be used to handle drainage and water quality issues within the town. So what you see up here on the screen right now, there's 9 different sites. We went through with staff. Paul kind of led that to identify those areas within town that were the priorities for use of this funding. I mean, I can go through and list them all right now. You can see them on the map, but it's covering a wide swath of area within the town, roadways and streets where. So the whole idea is it's drainage improvements, treatment and water quality, but obviously the benefit is there's surface improvements as well. So improved roadways. It's similar to the idea for Lakeside that's under construction right now, but on a larger scale. So the facilities plan is in process right now. We've got all these projects. What you see is an example of one of those areas where we in each case we've looked at 2 different alternatives for improving the drainage in those areas and improving the streetscapes as well. We just this week completed the draft of the cost estimates associated with each of those alternatives. So Paul, we'll be ready to go over those with you later this week if you want, and look at where those things landed, because ultimately we've got to make those cost estimates line up with what the desired alternative is in each of those cases. So there's a little bit of iteration to be done there.
And just so council know, why we have $20 million, just so it doesn't get thrown out of proportion, we will show probably $25+ million or so. I don't know what the number is worth of projects. In case the projects come under bid, we want to make sure we can use all that $20 million because we're giving estimates. So our project estimates will be higher than the money we have, and we'll council will come and work with us to prioritize what we bid.
And I just saw the full draft of those today, and I would have thought we would have been we would be having to make some decisions. Kind of the early look on that right now. It looks like we're right at the grant amount right now. So again, we've got to sharpen our pencil on a few of those things and make sure that those line up the way, to get the the aesthetic look that you want as well. So there's a little bit of adjustment there, but the idea is that we'll be finishing that up once we go through that process. We'll refine those. The idea is that we'll have a draft report for staff to review like second or third week of August, so like within a couple of weeks. And our objective is to get that submitted to DEP for review by the end of this month.
And then we gotta wait for DEP again.
And then we have to wait for DEP again.
When's the drop dead date on this again?
So currently they're all set for the same November 2027 date. This one was given an extension to complete planning to the end of the year. We don't want to take that long. We're trying to get this done as quickly as possible because there isn't any adjustment, at least not so far, on the very end timeline. So we don't want to count on that coming, even though they have the initial planning deadlines were supposed to be mid this year, and they did give an extension on a lot of those. Most of the ones that we're doing, we got in at that time, but this was a pretty big grant, so we had a lot to identify there. So they gave us a little more time on it, but we don't want to, we're not going to, it's not our intention to take that time. We want to get that submitted as soon as possible.
So do you think we can spend the 20 million in time?
We intend to find a way to do that, yes. If you elect to move forward with all those projects, ultimately that's got to be your decision. So this is separate from what I just described. That's the stormwater facilities plan. But in addition to the lakeside construction that's going on right now, there's another phase of the project that's funded by your Resilient Florida grant, and so that will cover. It's basically Porter and First Street. So it's Porter from First all the way back this way to Fourth, and then there's a stretch of First Street that's in front of Truscott Park and kind of south to where it splits at the tree island there. Similar set of improvements, again, focusing on roadway improvements that are necessitated by drainage and water quality improvements there as well. So you guys, Paul, I think you got a draft of the 100% design document earlier this week. We'll be going
Correct.
over that.
Just got them.
Okay, yeah. So we give you a chance to review all that, and then we'll be ready to move into construction once we get your comments back and finalize that.
Yep, and just so the council know, they also sent the 100% bid documents, so I just forwarded those to Anita to do a final legal review, and I'll be putting those out to bid here in the next couple weeks, or a few weeks.
I had a slide in here on Lakeside. I know we've talked a little bit about that. You guys know that one's going on right now. I kind of put up the schedule here for reference on the project. What we got from the contractor, the schedule about 2 months ago had them finishing up in mid-September. Based on our review, they're probably a week or two behind as much as we could tell, but I still think right now progress should have them done by the end of September, I would think, on current progress. So right now, what you see out there, they're still pouring footers for the curbing that will go on both sides of the street. And then after that, they'll be preparing the road surface, the road, and getting that ready for the road base, and then ultimately paving.
Thank you.
So is there anything you need from council to make sure we stay on schedule and get the money spent?
No, I think one of the things that we're talking about and trying to make sure that we're doing is, as much as we don't want to be in the critical path of things. So the idea would be that while DEP is doing their review, that we're putting together the task orders for the next phase that will be funding. So the agreement doesn't have to come back to you for approval every time you do a new stage. For example. You have a grant agreement right now that specifies a certain dollar amount for planning. Planning has to be approved before design dollars can be used. But you don't have to. There's no amendment to the agreement for that. There's already a specified amount for design. So the idea is once that plan is done, that we'll be ready to come back to you with a proposal for design, or at least that's queued up and ready to go, so that once you get the approval, we can get moving on all that. So really, we're just trying to do as much as we can concurrently while we're waiting for these approvals. approvals to happen so that we don't lose any more time. We're only just subject to DEP's timeline right now.
So in summary, they're going to finish up this planning for the stormwater, and as soon as they get that submitted, I've already started the conversation about submitting a task order for the council to approve for the engineering to do the work for the stormwater project. So we can get started on that while they're doing the planning process or getting the approvals through DEP. So that'll be coming at probably the next council meeting or two.
So we got the 20 million switched around when, about March? I think it was February, March.
It was, I think, officially then. We started discussions with them about that at the end of last year. It took a couple of months for us to go through the agreements with all of them. But I think that agreement got put into place. You guys approved that. Yeah, I want to say it was March. That sounds about right.
And that's what you guys done in 5 months, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Any questions?
It's going to be a busy 18 months.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to stay on track and focused.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Oops, one more.
Well, no, the next agenda item.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. St. Ward River Management District. The rebate program.
Oh, the conservation rebate? Got you. Sorry. We got there. Is there another one? I didn't get those. That's okay. You can just explain it. So,
Okay.
So this is, yep.
Yeah, there were
Okay.
2 slides that had conservation.
So Mayor, this will be the next discussion item.
Okay, I'll just do it from memory here. Okay, so as I mentioned before, you fall within the Central Florida Water Initiative, the CFWI area, and CFWI has 2 kind of key premises to it. One is no additional Upper Florida and extraction starting 2025, and the other is that communities within the CFWI area has a gross per capita water use of 115 gallons per capita per day. And you guys are around 140 gallons per capita per day. So when we submitted your CUP renewal application and the request for additional information came back from St. John's, 2 of the things they wanted was a conservation plan for the town, and then they also wanted a conservation plan that falls within the CFWI format. And it's basically the same thing, but 2 different plans for whatever purposes. They liked the plan, which required recommended some additional updates to your conservation webpage. Mainly it's pointing to other sites, like one for the University of Florida and another for St. John's and another for DEP. And those are links we can easily add. But the other thing they asked for is they recommended that you consider participating in the Water Management District's conservation rebate program. And specifically, they were pointing to the program for weather-based irrigation controllers. And so the program is a 50-50 share with a $10,000 per year maximum. So the town would put up $5,000, St. John's would put up $5,000. And if you focus specifically on the weather-based irrigation controllers, they have a maximum rebate of $100 per resident or $3,000 per HOA community. So so really what they want you to do is create this rebate or do this rebate program where you would offer your residences $100 to put in a weather-based irrigation controller. You would pay $50 towards it, and then you would file for a reimbursement through St. John's, and they would give you the money back, their 50% back. So again, this is the biggest portion of your water usage is irrigation. And so the idea is if you tackle the outdoor irrigation and bring that down significantly, that should be able to lower your gross GPCD usage. So we wanted to bring this in before you to see if this is something you would like to participate in.
What is the item that the resident would have to install?
Excuse me. It's called a weather-based irrigation controller. So it's
like
the same thing
sensor?
that turns your sprinklers on and off, but if it's and there's 2 different versions. One takes into account existing soil moisture, the other doesn't. But in a nutshell, if it's raining or if it's being forecast to rain, your sprinklers don't go on. So you don't have to, right now, in a traditional program, you have a timer, right? And it turns on at a certain time, and it goes for a certain period of time, and then it shuts off, right? Now, you do have an ordinance that mandates, when you can irrigate, right? But if it happens to be raining or rains like it did, in other parts of the area today, on the day that you're irrigating, your irrigation controller doesn't know that. So these weather-based irrigation controllers get readings from basically climatological services that say, oh, it's going to rain, I'm not going to turn on, and it doesn't. There are other ones that are more sophisticated and they cost more money, but they also have a sensor in them that looks at soil moisture, so that even if it's not going to rain, but there's enough moisture in the soil for the plants, they don't turn on either. So it's just it's a very simple way of saving outdoor water for outdoor irrigation purposes.
So they're smart sprinkler controllers, basically.
Yes, thank you.
And I have one in my house that hooks to Wi-Fi. So when the weatherman says it's raining 100%, the sprinklers don't come on.
Yeah, and I have one too, and I love it because it's like I can also take a look at. Did that go on today? I can't remember, and I can check the irrigation patterns and things like that.
Yeah, and you control them with your phone, which is really neat too. So.
And this we would offer to our residents, and we would pay half of it.
Okay, so this is the impact on you as a town is that you would have to have somebody who's going to be managing this program. So you would have to offer this to your residents. You would have to, whoever decides they want to do it, you would work with them to get the irrigation controller and to get them the rebate. And then you keep track of all that paperwork, and then you would file your reimbursement request with St. John's for their half of the monies that would go towards the program.
So the town pays up front and then they get reimbursed back.
Exactly. But you also have the labor costs that are associated with tracking such a program. Now there's a couple other things that are out there that can help you with that. There's something called the Alliance for Water Use Efficiency, which is a membership-based program that you can join that has software and other tools that will help you implement a program like this. But there is a certain base level of work that you'll have to do. And the St. John's will only cover up to $10,000 a year. So that means that if you just did, say, residential rebates at $100 a pop, you're looking at $100 a year, and that would be it. So you would also want to keep kind of track so that, if you were the 100th and one applicant, well, you're going to have to wait till next year because the program does get renewed on an annual basis.
What city in the area is doing it?
That is a good question. I do not know the answer to that.
Yeah, you do not know the answer yet.
I can find out for you, for sure.
There you go.
Yes, I just have to call them and ask them, and they'll tell me.
So we can do up to 10,000 a year?
That's the
And
max. 10,000 a year. You pay 5,000. They'll reimburse you 5,000 is the maximum they do in any given year.
So we're going to have an employee spend time on this to make $5,000?
It's not so much making $5,000 as it is saving water and demonstrating towards St. John's that you are doing everything within your realm to help bring down your water demands, and therefore they should, out of their good graces, give you the extra water that you're going to need.
So council, as I'm kind of looking at this, and they were looking at staff time, we know what's going on with staff. My thought process is this would make St. John's happy because we're taking efforts, and we still need them to approve the CUP. We can take proactive efforts. It will cost, they're going to give us $5. It will cost the town $5 for the stuff. I need to just hire a person that will go do this for the town and run the program, even if it costs us another $5,000. And basically we spend $10,000 to make St. John's happy and get our permit, which is a bargain. So that's probably how I would use it, use a contractor to do this for us and run it and make St. John's happy.
Yeah, and once you get the program up and running, it should be pretty simple and easy to process. It's just, and like I said, through the Alliance for the Alliance for Water Use Efficiency.
And we save water.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the goal, we save water.
Okay, so we're going to try to make St. John's happy. Does everybody want to do that?
Yes.
Well, I'm looking kind of down the road here a little bit. We got the Osgood property. I don't know if we can legally force every resident in that house to go with this program, but There's 128, 130 houses there. That's a start for 1 year. You got Bella Colina building coming on
I think
to
the new
build that.
building codes actually require the smart sprinklers now, or a rain monitor. I think that's required under code for new homes. So that's already taken care of. So this is for our existing town residents that have like an older sprinkler, just you know, manually turn it or set it. And
So you're saying we're going to hire somebody on to manage this too? Is that what?
I would find a lawn service contractor or somebody that would just, you know, just take care of it for the town and do the paperwork for us. I assume we can do that with no issues. I mean, the town public works doesn't have time to do it.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
And, you know, as you saw, did the budget presentation, we're at 50-something% in our water budget. We have plenty of funds to fund this year and next year if we need to, in that end.
Yeah, and the lawn people is a great idea because you could also use them potentially as a mechanism for getting them installed.
Yeah.
Are you going to put bids out for this?
No, it's under my bid amount, so it'd be fine.
Are we able to use local?
I mean, I would use whoever's qualified. If they're local, that would be great.
Okay.
I mean, I prefer generally working with local when I can.
All right.
But,
All right.
you know, it might be, you know, I will say, you know, the lawn service that you have coming up, they actually have, they have a whole irrigation department too, so it might just be a simple thing to pop onto their contract and they're qualified, but I'll have to look at that. I mean, it would come down to cost. That's bang for the buck with quality.
Is there a quota? Do we have to have a certain number of residents for qualify? So we do this and nobody does it, no big deal. We do this and all 1,500 homes decide to do it. That's okay too.
The only limitation is the ceiling, the maximum of 10,000 a year.
Okay.
So if you had like 5,000 residents who want to do it, I would parse them out. So 100 a year. But I know I'm just throwing out a large number. But if you also do it and nobody applies, you've done your due diligence. You know.
Our diligence and we've made St. John's happy.
Yeah.
Is there
Sorry,
any?
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Are there any estimates on how much we're going to save by doing this? Like, do you have that?
There is, I can pull it up if you want, but they have an estimated amount of savings that's anticipated per irrigation controller that gets installed. So then you just multiply that times the number of irrigation controllers get installed.
Thank you.
My concern is what the mayor mentioned when we first started talking about consumptive use permits, and Joe said, well, what happens if we go over it? And it's like they get real nasty and they fine you. So I don't know what the fine basis would be. That's out in the future. But when you start being on that list of being fined, you don't get off it too easily, like with most regulatory agencies. So if we spend $5,000 to have somebody and it keeps us off the DEP, St. John's Water, especially the St. John's Water Management list of being a bad person by using too much water, that would be, to me, in the long run, a dollar well spent. So.
And one of the arguments I have been making with St. John's is your demographics is very different than that of your surrounding communities. You don't have apartment buildings, you don't have, shopping malls. You are very residential based, and so that does limit some of the things that you can do for water savings. And so, I think every effort you can make to make them happy and show that you're trying, I think gets you more into their good graces, for lack of a better term.
And this is a new program?
It's been around for a couple of years.
And no sunset time in the foreseeable future?
As far as I can tell from what they've told me in the literature, the things that they have on their website, it gets renewed every year. It's probably through state funds that come down, and then they, like everything else, administer it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of these kinds of they do have other rebate programs as well. They have like rebates for WaterSense, water saving devices, and
like
there are others if you're interested. And I had it on one of the slides that didn't get popped up, but they specifically, when I was talking with them about the CUP, they specifically called out the irrigation-based controllers because you're residential and so much of your higher water use is for irrigation.
Well, how do you guys want to do it?
I have one other question.
Yep.
And that is this going to come out of general funds?
It'll come out of the water fund.
Thank you. Yeah, water.
How many HOAs do we have in town?
Well, some aren't very active. I think there's 7 maybe.
So if we get $3,000 a piece on those, we only have a handful of
Yeah,
people to
3 a
take
year.
care of.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
You guys
if you
want to do
do-
it? Yes, you want to do it, not do it?
I would like to focus on the HOAs first if we could, if we were going to move forward with it.
If you do the HOAs, they do have a little bit higher of a requirement for paperwork, but again, you just need to make sure whoever you have doing the work is aware of that and is keeping good documentation.
I think all the HOA, well, I don't know. I think most of the HOAs have private wells too, just so it's not going to help our CUP. So like Mag Terrace, they're all private wells.
Do we know who the big water consumers are in the town? I'm assuming we have that. Could we focus on them potentially?
The school.
Well, again, the school has their own irrigation system, so they're not pulling off our potable though. They switched over. You know, obviously, really larger the lots you have, and that's the difference. We're talking demographics. You know, Claremont, Mineola, apartment building stuff. We have half-acre lots, so there's more green.
Right, but you know how much water each house is using.
I mean, we could easily run a report for our higher irrigation users and make contact with them first and give them the opportunity to do that.
It'd be a good idea.
Most definitely. And some of them already may have it, you know, it's being part of it. We want to go out and someone just may want a new fancy controller, but, you know, some of the heavy irrigators in newer homes, they probably already have a lot of, like, you know, I'll use my house, I have the smart controller just because I like controlling it on my phone.
Where does the town's water come from for irrigation purposes?
It's a combination of wells. This whole park area is mainly wells, and we do have some that come off of our potable water, correct?
Will we get any credit for using that on our own system?
I think you should.
Definitely.
Because we did roll your irrigation water into the overall irrigation water in the CUP, so.
Yep.
Councilman Roberts, do you see us using cactus for our landscape?
Well, we got 4 more ordinances to do, so do you guys want to do this, not do it? What do you want to do?
Let's do it.
Let's move forward.
We're
Want to move
making the
forward?
effort, showing the
Okay,
effort.
there you go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
We'll
thank
make
you.
it happen.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, come on up.
So we got the Osgood property. The whole idea is we're trying to conserve water. Let the Osgood property pull off the lake. I mean, how many hundreds of thousands of gallons of potable water are we going to save a year?
They're not going to use the town's potable water for irrigation on the Osgood property or any of the new developments. So their option is they're going to pull off the lake, or they're going to have to make a financial contribution to the town for the lower aquifer well that we're going to put in.
I don't even want to see them come off the lower. It should come off the lake.
Yeah, the lower is actually considered a low quality supply, and so, yep.
But if it comes off the lower, it
Alrighty.
still goes with our CUP, yes?
Different.
Just because it's bad
It's not
quality.
off the upper CUP. We'll have a separate CUP for that.
All righty, let's move on here, girls and boys. How about we read Resolution 2025-183, please?
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Florida, designating an administrative authority to receive, review, and process a plat or replat submittal, and designating an administrative official to approve with conditions, or deny a plat or replat as required by Chapter 2025-164 Laws of Florida, providing directions and providing for an effective date.
Okay, you want to explain that?
So this was a new law that went into effect July 1st, 2025. Final plats are no longer something that will be coming before the Planning and Zoning Board or the Town Council for approval. they are something that will be approved at the administrative level. So the new law says that we need to have council by resolution or ordinance designate the department or the person receiving applications, and then also who is designated as the person who will determine whether or not they meet all the conditions for approval of a final plat, and sign off on the plat. And so we, in this resolution, have designated the permitting official as the one to receive the applications. And that's currently how it's done. It goes through the permitting department, and then the administrative officer with authority to approve the plats is delegated to the town manager. And then it also provides in this resolution that we'll bring back an ordinance in the future for you to adopt. But we want to at least get something in the books now, so that we're prepared and we're in compliance with the new law.
All right, open it up to the public. Slow down. All right, bring it back to the council. Any discussion? Go ahead.
So I had sent an email in reference to this. Did you have a chance to look at that?
I did review it, and I discussed it with the town manager and Ms. Busteau at our planning meeting, but I didn't do anything else with it. Because I need council direction if any of those additional items need to be researched or included.
Okay. One of the things, when I was reviewing chapter 2025-164, which was this, I'd sent an email over to our attorney, and I wanted to add some transparency to this in reference to public notice, council notification, decision reporting. I sent a whole email together, so I guess I actually would like to table this then until she has a chance to review this, to be honest, because it was pretty extensive of what I asked for, because it doesn't interfere with the law. It was something that would be in addition to what we're doing, but would be more open to us as council to know what's going on, but also to residents as well. So that was something I did, and I only have one copy of it, so
So you want to give us a copy of that so we can read it? Is that what you're saying?
I can, but it's quite long.
No, I don't mean right now, I
Right.
guess.
Right, correct. I mean, am I able to do that?
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial to for the council to have a copy of what you provided, and then if there's consensus for me to look into it, then that's something we could bring back with council direction in the ordinance form. I just think in the short term, because this law did go into effect July 1st, it would be prudent for the council to approve the resolution, knowing that you're going to get an ordinance that'll go into your code, and that'll give you time as a council to review the items you brought up.
So you want us to move forward with this, to have this fit the state requirements?
Correct.
But we'll all review what Joe has and bring it back to council soon and discuss changing the ordinance to that.
It was
if
a
we
change.
want.
Yeah. If you want,
Correct.
yes.
What this was to add a new section to the resolution, which added the transparency and oversight. You know, for example, I put on here, within 3 business days of receiving a plat, we could be notified. There's public notice for that, council notification, decision reporting. Yeah.
So basically, it's how we handle it on our end in terms of providing information.
Correct. Yes. Yes. Whoever it is that would be in charge of this some of this would have to be done. But yeah, there's record keeping. Yeah, I don't know how many plots we're doing on a regular basis either, so that I don't know.
We're in preliminary plat stage for the Osgood property.
Okay.
So really, you're going to only have that plat probably, and the plat for Bella Colina in the near term, and that's all we really know about at this time. So it's not a large volume. The only one that I saw that gave me concern that I think I need to look more into is the right to appeal, because there's already legal mechanisms in place for appeals of land use matters, and I want to make sure that this would not contradict what is in place.
Well, it's obvious you guys know what you're talking about, but we're lost.
I know.
You know, so.
Yeah, and council, I guess, Mr. Morelli, just, can I sidebar for a second on that, if I could, real quick? Just kind of from a procedural standpoint, I know Mr. Morganelli set that list for Anita to review and to, I guess, be prepared to comment at the meeting. By doing it in that fashion, one, I have to watch the budget and see what's going in when things are going directly to the manager and kind of, I guess, bypassing me where I control the budget, what's going in. I kind of need to talk to council, see if you want that to happen. Obviously, it's your prerogative. But two, if council wants something changed in an ordinance or something, I think Anita needs direction from council because, you know, we did talk about it. I was like, you really can't review this till council gives direction to the town attorney to review it because it's going to cost money. And that's money spent for what one council member wants looked into. And it's fine if three of you want to do that. But it seems like those things, like these things, should be introduced at the meeting. Here's what I'm thinking, and does the council want the town attorney to look into those things? And that way there's direction to follow the cash flow, because this, how that process played out, it does cause some concerns, both from a budget issue and direction, if council members are now sending work product directly to Anita to have ready to comment at a meeting, if that makes sense. And Anita, maybe I can say that better.
Well, I think we're mixing it up here. Joe's got his own ideas on what he wants to show the council. Anita's saying that we should pass it the way it is, and if we want to more define it in a few weeks or a month or whatever, we can do it at that point. And then you're adding to that the council would have to give direction on spending making Anita spend any time on it, to spend any money on researching. That's probably the third thing in a row. But I would think right now, why don't we consider passing it the way it is? Joe, it gives us what he has to review, and then we review it and discuss the third thing after that. Would that be all right with you guys?
I can remove that one section that you
I might have been difficult following.
No, and I can remove that section that you weren't sure on if you'd like, for, you know, to send that off to council then. That way you're clear on everything else. That way you don't have to spend the time on it. But I mean, again, this wasn't, yeah.
So we'll still have to review it.
Right, correct, right.
So if it's okay with you guys to fit the requirements for the state right now, we just do the resolution we have, then we're okay with the state. Joe gives us, well, maybe just take that part out or something. Give us that to review, and then you know, next council meeting we can talk about it. We'll have more time to think about it.
One question I guess then, what's the right way to do this, like that discussion, and how would you like me to handle that in the future when I have questions?
So obviously, I mean, if there's something about the town manager, that council can come directly to me. But in the past, in the town, and each cities are different, but Montverde has always been where the council members go through, when we had a strong form mayor, they went through the mayor, and then the mayor would direct me to do the work or bring it to council for me to get direction. And it's been that way since Paul has been here too, as the town manager, that like you would send it to him and me, and then get further direction. So I appreciate that you did send it to me in advance. I like to look at it and be a little bit prepared, but in my experience, the council has not wanted me to research things in depth for individual council members to make sure that I'm not spending money on things that there's not a consensus that they're even interested in.
Right, if you need to call her and have a 10-minute conversation, that's no big deal. But to give her a 20-hour project, that's a problem.
Would it be an option to pop into the staff meetings on Monday where all staff is there? We have a question that could be addressed fairly quickly.
That would be nice.
That
too.
way you're already here, it's budgeted time, and you know, we can address it. We've got, you know, 24 hours to think about whatever the answer is before it comes to council.
Yeah, so if there's something you have questions on, generally, if you can get with me, then if we need to bring Anita in, generally I do that. Generally, my staff meetings are with our planning are running 5+ hours already, and we've even had some go to 3 o'clock. Just doing the development review because there's so many statutory things. So Anita and I in the past, we have made time to meet individually with council members and have no problem. If you have questions, we can definitely do that. Some of them are simple answers that I could get to you just through a quick email, and some of them then we can make an appointment just to sit down. And if it appears we're having a lot of them, then we'll probably just set up a regular meeting where councils can come in from hour to hour if they have questions for Anita and I to go through.
I've sort of asked for that, though.
You've asked to come into the planning meeting.
I've asked to talk with Anita and you and with Lake County and been shut down on that.
I didn't understand. Do you say that again?
I've asked you to do that, like to sit down with Lake County, Anita, and you've said no.
You want to sit down with one of the town's contractors, and it was.
If I had questions.
It was with South Lake TV, but a contractor is
not South Lake. I'm talking about Lake County. Lake County. I wanted to sit down, like when we had, and this is going back a couple months, but I know we're on this, but this is going back a couple months where I had asked, I had some questions about a couple resolutions, and I wanted to sit down with all the parties just for a very short time, and I even said, I live right there. You give me when there's a window, and I will be here in 5 minutes for that. So
And I'm sorry, with Lake County, who? Like a commissioner? Or who?
Sean, when Sean was here. So he's the commissioner, yeah.
Okay, I apologize. I don't recall that at all, so I just really don't.
To follow up with what Brandon mentioned, it's just really to try to get the answers, because there's times, I do have questions, and it's not that I don't want to ask you all the questions, it's just I also want to get answers from other individuals as well, and that's something, again, I'm not trying to sit down I don't want to take up much of her time, because I respect that time. I'm talking like, 5-10 minutes was what I think back then. But
yeah, and the questions, I guess, aren't the issue, but basically you wrote a new resolution for all intents and purposes, or basically doubled the size of the resolution, and you're creating what I would call another work product, and that's the issue where I think council needs to direct Anita, yeah, we like this stuff, can you go through and write it and do it? That's where the problem, I guess, not a problem, but that's what I'm trying to address. So, I mean, questions, you deserve to have questions answered as a council member. 100% agree with you. If you have questions or concerns, I encourage you guys to, one, come in and sit down with me, and two, if if it's something you want Anita, you can email me and Anita, or email myself, and I can get those, if it's different people, to get those answers for you. So that's never an issue.
So.
And I just want to understand from council how you want me to handle individual council questions and projects, just because I'm used to how we did it in the past. I'm not opposed to it, but it's your money and your direction. I want to know how you want me to respond.
Well, I would think a council person would come to these meetings, talk to us about it, we agree, and then you get direction. And that would be spending the money. But again, if you got a 5-minute question, a 10-minute question, call her. But to give her any kind of, in-depth work that it's eating into the budget, that's a problem. All right, so what do we need to do now? I'm sorry.
Going forward, my thoughts from the 10,000 view. I agree with Councilman Morganelli that maybe we need a section 5 and 6 in this, but for now, this resolution, like we said, should go forward with a clause added into that we will come back at September meeting to review the questions that Councilman Morganelli has and have a discussion. But for now, like we said, let's be compliant with the state and then leave it open. Because I'm like you, there's some questions in here. It's kind of vague as to who does what and where, and how do we get this stuff, which, like Anita said, we only have 2 big projects. From there, we're downhill on the rest of this stuff. So that was my suggestion, to just move forward with a amendment to the resolution.
Okay,
does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll get all these out. I'll get this out. I can email this directly to the 2 of you, and then also to council at the same time.
It's probably better to send it to him so he can send it to us.
All right, I'll send it over.
Or I can have Caroline grab it right now and go make photocopies if you want.
It's not good to send it directly.
I can do that. Yeah, that's fine.
Is that all right, though?
That's totally fine, yeah.
Okay. All right, good idea. Any comment? Okay. All right, well, is that good enough direction on that one?
Yes, thank you. So then we just need to consider the resolution.
Okay. Okay, so we'll move, I'm going to make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-183, and then we'll revisit it down the road.
I'll second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against say nay. Ayes have it. All
Sir,
right.
Mayor, who was the second?
Me.
Carol,
Yeah.
thank you.
Ready? If you would, please, 2025-184.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Florida, approving task order for engineering services for renewal of the town's consumptive use permit dated July 9th, 2025, between the Town of Montverde and Woodard and Curran Incorporated, authorizing the town manager to execute the task order, providing for an effective date.
Alrighty, so that's more or less just renewing everything, right, Anita?
Yes, this is their work on the consumptive use permit and assisting in that effort.
Alrighty, I'll open it up to the public. Okay, bring it back to council. Anybody have something?
I have one, and Paul, this was one that you and I started to talk about, and I said I wanted to hear about it more at the meeting, which was the total cost of Woodward, for Woodward and Curran for this. You had said you'd...
Yeah, this task order is for $41,000. As I mentioned, and appreciate we had the discussion earlier. Originally, when they came back with that RFI, the task was to look at all the alternative water supplies, and the original quote I got from Woodward and Curran was well over $100,000 to do those tasks. To meet it, and that's when they went back to DEP, had the discussion, hey, we're homing in on the LFA well. If we did that, would you guys accept that? And I guess we got the go-ahead and now just do the LFA well. I mean, they could all come back and tell us to do something different, but that's where we're at now. So, no problem.
On what she's handing out, was there a section you wanted to cross off, you said?
Yeah, it's highlighted, or there's a mark here on that right there.
Just,
yeah, there's like a circle
okay.
there. That's the part
So,
that I need to have that question about.
You guys, yeah, cross it out. Because we get home and forget.
So
Or I'll get home and forget.
I was curious, is this why there was a 772% of the budget in the water expenditures for professional services?
What page are you on?
Of the expenditures, it's 36 of 68.
What page number on the water are you on? What page number on the water are you on?
36. So under professional services,
Correct. That's where the CUP is
this is
coming
where
out
the
of.
money's coming from, and this was an unexpected expense, and it sent it over to 700% of the projected budget?
Correct.
Okay.
And we won't need to do a budget amendment for that. The longest our bottom line on the meets, we could go under on some and over on the others.
Alrighty, anybody want to discuss this? If not, I need a motion.
I so move Resolution
Thank you.
Resolution 2025-184 be approved.
I have a first, need a second.
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against say nay. Okay, ayes have it. If you would please, 2025-177.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Florida, approving the standard form of agreement for professional services between the Town of Montverde and Half Associates Incorporated, authorizing execution, providing for an effective date.
Correct me if I'm wrong, this was Alpha and now it's the new company, right?
No, this is actually, they were Besh Engineering, and now they're
Oh,
half
Besh,
for the last couple years. And they do the development review, they review the development projects for the town.
Yeah, I meant best, you said also. Okay. All right, so everybody understand what this is? It's a service agreement for the people to do our reviews. Did anybody have any questions on that? Let me open it up to the public. Okay, bring it back. Anybody have any questions on that, the process? It's a contract we have with them. It's pretty basic. If you don't have any questions, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2025-177 as presented.
You have a first? Need a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against say nay. And ayes have it. And if you would please, 2025-186.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Florida, approving the agreement for mowing and landscaping maintenance services awarded pursuant to RFP 2025-01, authorizing execution, providing for an effective date.
Okay, this is our company that's going to be handling our lawn services and flowers and all that and everything, fertilizer. And we're finally stepping our game up to a real company that is not a backyard company, so I'm kind of excited about it. I'll open it up to the public. We'll bring it back. And you did a full bid on this, like we never did the bid before on this one. Did full-blown bid and got it all done. I have high expectations for this company. So,
We hope, but you never know.
It's really upsetting to plant all these flowers and then they die or get weeds in them. It's like, somebody needs to pay here. But, okay, so anything you want to talk about?
What caused, I guess, what was the reasoning behind choosing Yellowstone over some of the others, just so I have an understanding? I'm prefacing that because I'm assuming you looked at like reviews on like search, like Better Business Bureau and Yelp and everything, because the reviews that I've read were not very good.
Yeah, I mean, we checked on references, and Caroline actually did all background and references, and we went and checked references on all of them. I put the bid tab in there, so it was a combination of the price proposed, references of past performances, manpower, proven experience, and the capability to actually doing the job, because it's a big job. We have fertilizer, lawn service, mulching, the mowing services. Quite frankly, a lot of the bottom bids, they just didn't take account for everything that was included into it, or it was just unrealistic, or didn't have the ability to perform as we looked at it, as we did the ranking. So it's kind of we looked at each thing and gave each one of a ranking that went through, and we did interview Yellowstone, and they came out, and I feel pretty comfortable they will do a good job. I believe they handle a COE, and I saw them working at Publix the other day. What's the other cities they have? What's that? Orlando, and I think they do the Sunrail. So they have a lot of big projects and some experience for what they do, and they have different professionals online, or different experts, within there, from arborists to, fertilizer people and things along that line, wherever those terminology is. So it seemed to be the best to fit what we were looking for.
My only concern was, like I said, the reviews that I read. I mean, Better Business Bureau showed an F on 5 reviews in the past 12 months. Yelp had 1.5 stars at 53 reviews. It was just a concern that I had for that.
What's that? Yeah, so she was saying most of them, when she went through, had similar reviews on it. So we really leaned on, when we called and actually checked with who they're currently working with.
Good question.
Yeah. It's kind of a surface injuries offended to peas.
Did I
So,
open up the
I
public?
know that the packet has a lot of information on just Yellowstone, but it doesn't have anything about the scoring, or, I'd just be a little more interested in seeing some of the scoring. And how
The
you
score
just-
sheets, the second to the last page on the back.
Is it on there?
Mhm.
Yeah, I just saw this huge packet from Yellowstone,
Yeah.
so it was, so there's a list of other,
Yeah, if you go to the very back, they're all listed. And so kind of just, and just kind of explain really real quick. So it's an RFP process where each individual company is ranked. Then we bring the top ranked one back to you. And you guys, your role is to approve the form. I guess Anita might be able to say the actual contract form, not necessarily re-rank them or go through any of them, but to approve the contract form. And obviously, if you have any major issues with what you saw, you can object to that, obviously. How the ranking process would work, if we didn't choose them, then we would go to the next ranked one and bring them back. And if we didn't go to them, we'd just rebid the whole thing.
well, I guess I'm just curious, what steps could we do within the town to prioritize local vendors, such as adding a scoring category for local economic impact?
There are some cases, yeah, that you could give points for local vendors as you go through. There was, I think, one local vendor in here. Regardless, they would have been the top rank going forward. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them, I would say, but for what the needs that we had and the size that we had, trying to make them fit. We can only go with whoever puts the bid out or answers the bid, and we have to have a full bid response. And I know there were some local vendors that talked to me, but they didn't feel like they could do the bid paperwork or supply the insurance that we required or things along that line.
Right.
Yeah, well,
And you think Yellowstone would be willing to take over the administrative duties if we did in fact go with the water irrigation conservation?
I don't know. I would just have to have a conversation, or I would talk to a couple and see who would be able to do the paperwork and be able to install it. Because what I don't want it's installed and there's something wrong, and they keep calling the town to have us come look at it to fix it. So we've got to be careful how we set up the program. But I'll find that out and get back with you and let you know how we're going to move forward with that.
I'd rather see that local, to be honest.
I agree.
I mean, because they know our town.
And they're here, they have an issue, they can pop into someone's house pretty easily and fix it.
Right, that's true.
I mean, quite honestly, I'll look and get some bids and see who's best qualified, best price. That's how I would look at it. And hopefully local, there's advantage to that. I mean, our entire sports courts is built by local people, so I'm not, please don't take what I'm saying as anything else. Obviously half our library is built by local people, so we strive to do that whenever we can. But we also got to recognize we've got to make sure the capabilities are there too. I kind of bring up like the water tower. It'd be great to use a local person, but if the person's from Michigan and they're going to build us the best tower for the best money, we need to take that $4 million tower, use it from Michigan or whatever.
Yeah, you're talking about building a water tower, we're talking about just.
Yeah, I'm just saying perspective.
And I that's actually one where I would rather pay even a little bit more if we were in a local for it, just to, again, helping out our local vendors on my end. And I know I always talk about cost, but.
We even have our council people are local. Alrighty. What do you guys want to do? I need a
Well,
motion.
the bottom line is anything, can you do the job? Period. If you can't do the job and you may be local and we're like, hey, 3 guys didn't show up this week and whatever, and that slows the process down of getting, we only got X amount of what we're supposed to mow or weed eat or something, then that becomes a problem. So my perception on this is I'm 100% for local. I got that. I endorse that. No problem with that. But do you have the manpower to do the job when it needs to be done, how it needs to be done would be the 3 questions I would ask. If they can meet that, then great. If they can't, that creates a problem.
Yeah, I agree. We need professionals. And we're paying professional prices and we're not getting what we're paying for.
I had one other question yet, and I know I saw it in here, and I apologize, which is if we go forward with this and we're not happy with them. What was the termination agreement?
You stop paying them.
Oh,
I think it's 30 days
requirements.
notice.
That's terminating them.
Yeah, that works. No work either, Chicky.
So we have a for-cause termination, where you give them 30 days notice and they have the right to cure, and if they don't, then you can terminate. You can terminate it, for convenience without cause with 90 days notice. So if you're just not happy, but you don't want to go through the for-cause, you can give them 90 days notice and the contract's over.
Yeah, I will say, just from a budget perspective, we're not spending any more what we're currently spending. Actually, a little bit less. When I did our original budget, I think I had 140 for next year's budget, so we're under. But you know, we were paying 60 to 70 for the one we had with all the extra stuff and not getting all the service. We were using another one to help do the landscaping. We were doing the fertilizer ourselves and buying that and using manpower. When you add all that up, you know, we were exceeding what this amount probably is.
Yeah, when you add up all the 3 different things we were doing to do the yard, the duty area, it was what we're spending on this.
Yeah, I spent way too much time yelling
Yeah,
at
it's way
that
too much
little
to manage.
lawnmower guy.
And it's, let's be honest, it's horrible. Our area looks terrible all the time, and I think it's the vendor. You know, hate to say it that way.
Well, I, for one, do not want to see on Saturday afternoon run into Paul Areno and his wife getting plants for our projects, because that's what they're doing on his time. And it would be nice to say, yep, he has a weekend, everybody else has a weekend, and we have vendors that potentially can do all this stuff. And I had mentioned this to Paul in conversations. Yellowstone probably has more buying power when they go to a vendor and say, we want 12,000 begonia plants in 4-inch pots, than going to Home Depot and say, what's your best price on X, Y, Z? So, and Grant, you could probably shed light on that or not, so.
I mean, it just depends on the volume. I mean, I can't see it being that drastic, though. I mean, maybe 10 cents a unit, 25.
Yeah, they're gonna keep it for themselves, they're not gonna give it to us.
Yeah.
Think about it.
But we're looking at his time, our time, and everything.
Oh, yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah, it's a vendor, we shouldn't have to spend a lot of time on it.
And I like the idea that if you didn't do it right, come back and do it on your nickel, not ours. And, if you have to tell them brown side down, green side up, then that's a problem.
So we just gotta stay on top of them. If we don't like them, get rid of them. Do it in 30 days and get rid of them, get somebody else.
So does it go back for bid if we don't like them, or do we just go to someone else on the list?
It would have to go out to bid, yeah.
Or you can pick up a contractor.
Or I could just pick up a contractor.
One of the cities already have municipalities, and it works okay, but there's issues there too. But I'd say give the guy a chance, and in 4 months from now we don't like him, get rid of him, bid it out again. They'll get the point. I mean, I go to all these over 55 communities and nice different communities. Their stuff looks perfect every time I'm there, and then I come back and it's like, look at ours. It's not right, And I don't know. I say give this company a good shot at it, and if they don't work, next.
I feel better with
What do you guys think?
cancellation, so.
Well, I need a motion or
Well,
move or deny.
I'll step out and make a motion here. Resolution 2025-186 be approved for contract with Yellowstone for lawn maintenance.
Second.
Got a motion to approve?
To approve.
Okay, got a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And say nay. Ayes have it. Can you explain our next meeting? Is it next week?
Yes, we will have a meeting on Tuesday. It'll be at 6:30, and we will have the Osgood preliminary development plan, which kind of officially sets the lots like they are showed in the PUD.
Oh,
And,
yeah, okay.
and so that'll be the one thing that's on the agenda. Then after that's approved, they'll go to engineering drawings. And then Mr. Roberts has a site plan. I believe that's on the agenda for the parking area up there.
Mhm.
Caroline, was there one more thing on the agenda? I think there's, we have a code change. Do you have the code change on the agenda? Okay. Okay. So I think that's it. Then the following Tuesday, after that, which is what day?
That's the budget, right?
The 26th, yeah, we'll do a final review of the draft budget, make any final recommendations or changes to that. We'll have a couple other just little planning things that I'm going to try to get done to get on there as well. And
Okay,
then we'll be good to go.
That sounds like a winner. I make a motion to adjourn.
Nope, not yet. Hold on one second.
Oh, go ahead.
I need one more thing. So close. All right, so I've mentioned it several months now about the strategic planning meeting. Obviously, it makes no sense to look at doing it now because we have an election coming up. What I'm actually going to do is I'd like to make a motion that town council direct the town manager to begin preparing for an all-day January strategic planning meeting.
Preparing for what?
A strategic planning meeting
Oh, okay.
in January.
How much is that gonna cost?
Well,
Strategic
we
plan?
could have gotten pizza at Cal's, but, you know, anyway.
I'm not a problem, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So,
What do you?
I'm asking, I made a motion for us to direct the town manager to begin preparing for an all-day in January, after the election and after whoever wins the election has time to settle in, a strategic planning meeting, so that the new, whoever's new or existing, we can be on the same page. Everyone we can communicate openly at that meeting during the week.
What would be a strategic planning? What do you mean?
We talked about that. It's to discuss. I know I wasn't even ready for all that one. We discussed it so many times. It was basically so that we could all essentially be on the same page. I'm just going to round it up at that point.
I would do that without that. I would think you want that.
I do want that.
Yeah, I mean, everybody would want that.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what right. Well, I made the motion for that, but that's why I made a motion. So.
What, I mean, when you say for him to start planning, I mean, besides putting a date on the calendar, what?
He had said he
planning-
needed time to prepare for that. I believe. Remember, we had talked about this before. I brought it up, and he had said it would take him some time to do it. So, at this point, it would be 6 months for him to at least.
Nothing between now and
Right.
Montverde.
No,
Yeah.
it's to schedule it for him, I guess, to put it on his on his list for sometime in January to do the strategic planning meeting with us.
So right now, you want to schedule it now? There's
No,
no.
I don't want to schedule it now. I just want to.
He wants
to make sure that he can prepare for it. That's why.
I guess you need to be clear what I'm prepared for. I'm kind of lost, honestly. I'm trying to, I guess, is there certain topics you want me to put?
What I would suggest is that we look at what other cities and towns are doing to do it, so that we can, I'm trying to think of the best way to explain it to you, because I didn't realize I was going to have to. We talked about it so many times at this point about it, and yeah, it's just, like I said, it's for us to talk about upcoming projects, things that are important to each one of us, where we align on certain things, whether or not it makes sense just for the future of our town to plan for those things and to discuss them all. That's basically what I wanted to do.
Does that need to be something that I mean, this will be a public on the record meeting, yes?
Of course, yep, yeah.
So, I mean, why don't we just schedule it and then talk? I'm.
Put it on the agenda, you're saying?
Yeah, I
that's
don't.
Kind of what I'm at. If we can put it on January, February, or whatever, right, January, tell me, am I not following it right?
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure that I'm on the same page Joe's on.
Okay.
Well, you can request to have that on the agenda, and we all talk about it at any of these meetings, really.
I've done that for 4 months.
Huh?
I've done that for 4 months. So, and now that's why I was like, I'm making a motion for it.
We did have one meeting where we, I guess, talked about some initial strategic planning. And I guess there was really, I didn't get really direction everybody wants. In fact, I think the council said they didn't really want to sit for 8 hours is what I think I heard from that meeting.
I'll withdraw the motion, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the research on what other cities and towns are doing, and then I'll have that for everybody. And that way you guys can understand
And I think
what I'm envisioning.
Well, I mean, what about like just a workshop dedicated to that instead?
It's the same concept. It's the same concept. It's just, it's not, there's nothing on the.
It's a little less formal.
It's less formal. It's more of a discussion for us. And it's also, there's also, resident input. Hopefully there's some discussion from residents to hear what is important to them as well. And I know we can do that at regular meetings as well, but this is that would be the meeting for us to discuss openly with some of those things. A little bit easier.
Yeah, so all I would need for council, I guess, as repair is topics I guess you would want to discuss, so we can kind of at least have some outline in an agenda, right?
There can be some topics, but again, I really wanted to somewhat leave it open a little bit too, so that, because just like everything else that happens, we're going to go down one road, and that might spark interest in something that one of us might think about. So I mean, we can have a loose agenda, I guess, if that's what you're discussing, but I'll do some more research and come back.
Open discussion on the agenda. I mean, just about goals for the town and where we want to see things going, what direction they're going.
Yeah.
If you want to have like a 1, 3, 5-year plan, and everybody agrees those are our priorities.
Right. It's just an open discussion.
That's understandable. I understand.
Yeah.
I don't. We can do that anytime you want.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
When you call it strategic planning, my definition and yours probably differ.
That's just that's the term. That's why I use that.
That's a good idea. Let's do it after Montverde, and then we can do it.
And I think January, February, our original strategic plan from a few years ago should be coming up for renewal anyway, so we can.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a very high level of like we want to keep our small town values and community and.
January is probably the best month because they're slower, and it's a good month, January. That's my opinion.
Correct, and I think that also gives.
I would agree.
After the election, it gives whoever, whatever happens on the outcome of that, it gives them time to get up to speed.
Definitely help them.
Things like that. So.
And bring them up. Well, hopefully, bring him or her up to speed.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Then say nay. Nay. Good job. Everybody did a good job.